Greetings and salutations. Welcome to Bender. We are thrilled to present today's story. What if Harry could speak to the castle and used Hogwarts wards to expel Dumbledore at age 11? If these stories bring joy to your day, please consider liking and subscribing. Every bit of support helps us continue this passion project. Now, prepare yourself for an amazing tale. Chapter 1, Whispers in Stone. The ceiling of the Great Hall vanished into an inky canvas of stars, bewitched to mirror the night sky outside. Harry Potter stood amid a crowd of nervous first-years, but unlike his peers who gaped at the enchanted ceiling, he found his attention drawn elsewhere. The ancient stones beneath his feet seemed to hum with a subtle vibration that traveled up through his legs, settling somewhere behind his ribcage. "Welcome home, heir." Harry's head snapped up, scanning the faces around him. Had someone spoken? No. The voice hadn't come from outside but had resonated within his mind, warm and ancient, like honey poured over weathered stone. "Did you hear that?" he whispered to the red-haired boy beside him. Ron Weasley blinked in confusion. "Hear what?" Before Harry could explain, Professor McGonagall stepped forward with the Sorting Hat, and the ceremony began. Harry half listened to the hat's song, distracted by the persistent thrumming beneath his feet. The stone floor felt almost alive, watching, waiting, recognizing. As Granger, Hermione, was sorted into Gryffindor, Harry noticed something else. Tiny motes of golden light, visible only from the corner of his eye, drifted between the flagstones. When he turned to look directly at them, they vanished. Yet when he relaxed his focus, they reappeared, flowing like schools of miniature fish through invisible currents. "Potter, Harry." The Great Hall fell silent as Harry approached the stool. The moment the Sorting Hat touched his head, it gave a startled twitch. "Well, well," said a small voice in his ear. "What have we here? Not just a wizard, but the one who belongs." The voice from before interrupted, louder now, and Harry realized with a jolt that the Sorting Hat had heard it too. "Extraordinary," the Hat murmured. "It's been centuries since." "Well, Mr. Potter, it seems Hogwarts herself has recognized you." "The castle?" Harry whispered. "But it's just a building." The Hat chuckled. "Oh my, no. Hogwarts is far more than stone and mortar. Where to put you, though? You've courage aplenty for Gryffindor, a sharp mind for Ravenclaw, loyalty for Hufflepuff, and ambition that would serve you well in Slytherin." The Hat fell silent for a long moment. Then it spoke again, not to Harry, but to the hall at large. "Founder's heir." A collective gasp swept through the Great Hall. At the staff table, Dumbledore rose halfway from his seat, his blue eyes widening behind half-moon spectacles. Professor McGonagall dropped the parchment she'd been holding. She stammered, "there's no such house." Harry sat frozen on the stool, the hat still perched on his head. "Indeed there is not," the Hat proclaimed. "But neither can this one be sorted conventionally. Harry Potter belongs to Hogwarts herself, to all four houses and to none. So it has been declared, so it shall be." A wind that couldn't possibly exist indoors swept through the hall, extinguishing half the floating candles. In the sudden dimness, the stones beneath Harry's feet glowed with a soft golden light that spread outward in concentric rings, illuminating the entire floor. "Remove the hat, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said, her voice uncharacteristically uncertain. Harry lifted the Sorting Hat from his head and handed it back. As soon as he touched the floor with both feet, the glow intensified. From the ceiling, a beam of golden light descended, encircling him for a breathtaking moment before dissipating into the air. Dumbledore had fully risen now, his face unreadable. "Most unusual," he said, his calm voice carrying through the silent hall. "Most unusual indeed. Perhaps we should continue with the sorting, and discuss this anomaly afterward." The remainder of the ceremony passed in a blur. Students whispered behind their hands, shooting glances at Harry, who stood awkwardly to the side, belonging nowhere and everywhere. When the last student was sorted, Dumbledore gestured Harry toward the staff table. Where shall Mr. Potter sit? McGonagall asked. With me. The voice returned, stronger now, and 4 empty spaces simultaneously appeared, one at each house table. Harry felt a gentle tug toward the Gryffindor table, where a bushy-haired girl, Hermione Granger, was already sliding sideways to make room. I think I'm supposed to sit with each house, Harry said hesitantly. Maybe, rotating. Preposterous, muttered a hook-nosed professor with greasy black hair. On the contrary, Severus, Dumbledore said quietly. If Hogwarts herself has spoken, who are we to argue? Mr. Potter, you may sit where you feel most comfortable tonight. We shall arrange more permanent accommodations after the feast. Harry moved toward the Gryffindor table, the weight of hundreds of eyes following his every step. As he sat beside Hermione, the golden motes reappeared, swirling around his plate before disappearing into the wood. This is fascinating, Hermione whispered, eyes wide with academic excitement rather than fear. I've read all about Hogwarts in Hogwarts, a history, but it never mentioned anything about a founder's heir or the castle communicating with students. It's talking to you? Ron asked from across the table, his freckled face a mixture of awe and wariness. The castle, I mean. Harry nodded, relieved that someone believed him. Just impressions, mostly. And one clear thought, welcome home. Blimey, Ron breathed. As Dumbledore gave his start-of-term announcements, warning students to avoid the third-floor corridor, unless you wish to die a most painful death, Harry felt a surge of disagreement from the stones beneath him. Danger to my children. Not permitted. The headmaster's eyes darted briefly toward Harry, as though he'd sensed something. For a fleeting moment, Harry glimpsed something behind the grandfatherly facade, calculation, wariness, perhaps even concern. The feast appeared, momentarily distracting everyone with its splendor. Harry ate slowly, overwhelmed by the day's events. Occasionally, he glanced at the staff table. Each time, he found Dumbledore watching him with that same inscrutable expression. Harry Potter. Harry turned to find a pale, pointed-faced boy standing behind him, Draco Malfoy, whom he'd briefly met in Diagon Alley. I thought we might continue our conversation from Madame Malkin's, Malfoy said, his voice carrying just enough to draw attention from nearby students. Though it seems circumstances have evolved. Founder's heir. My father will find that most interesting. Ron bristled beside Harry, but before he could speak, Harry felt a strange certainty rise within him, knowledge he shouldn't possess yet somehow did. Your father already knows, or suspects, Harry said quietly. The Malfoy family has sought connection to the founders for generations. Isn't that right? Malfoy's eyes widened fractionally. How did you? He composed himself quickly. Perhaps we should speak privately sometime, Potter. There are aspects of wizarding heritage you might find illuminating. With that, he returned to the Slytherin table, whispering intensely to his companions. Slimy git, Ron muttered. You don't want to get mixed up with his sort. Ron, Hermione interjected, if Harry is connected to all 4 houses, he'll need allies in Slytherin too. Harry smiled gratefully at her, though his attention was already elsewhere. The castle was feeding him impressions, currents of magic flowing through walls, ancient wards humming at the boundaries, and something else, something wrong. A disturbance in the magic, centered around a turbaned professor who sat speaking with the hook-nosed man. Intruder. Two-faced. Danger. Who's that professor talking to Professor Snape? Harry asked Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother. That's Professor Quirrell, our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Percy replied. Brilliant mind, but nervous disposition. Used to teach Muggle studies until he took a year off to get practical experience. Came back with that turban and a stutter. Harry nodded, but couldn't shake the castle's warning. There was something wrong with Quirrell, something beyond nervousness. When the feast ended, prefects began gathering first years to lead them to their dormitories. Harry stood uncertainly, not knowing which group to join. Dumbledore approached, smiling benevolently. "Mr. Potter, perhaps you would accompany me to my office? We have much to discuss regarding your unique situation." "No. Not alone with him. Deceiver." The vehemence of the castle's rejection startled Harry. He swayed slightly on his feet, drawing concerned looks from nearby students. I don't feel well, Professor," Harry said. "Could we maybe talk tomorrow instead?" Something flickered behind Dumbledore's eyes, frustration, quickly masked. "Of course, my boy. Your well-being comes first. Perhaps you would prefer to rest in the hospital wing?" Before Harry could answer, Professor McGonagall joined them. "Headmaster, where shall Mr. Potter sleep tonight? None of the dormitories seem appropriate given the circumstances." "Follow. Show you. I think." Harry began hesitantly, "I think the castle wants to show me somewhere." Both professors stared at him. McGonagall recovered first. "Mr. Potter, while the Sorting Hat's proclamation was unusual, we cannot have students wandering the castle at night based on feelings." "Minerva," Dumbledore said softly, "perhaps we should indulge Mr. Potter this once. If Hogwarts has indeed chosen him as her heir, she will protect him." He turned to Harry, eyes twinkling. "May I accompany you on this journey, Harry?" "No. Only the heir." Harry struggled to find a diplomatic response. "I think it needs to be just me, sir. At least this first time." "Most irregular," McGonagall muttered. "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "However, these are irregular circumstances." "Very well, Harry. You may follow your guidance. But I must insist you report to my office first thing tomorrow morning." Harry nodded, relieved yet apprehensive. As the great hall emptied, he stood alone in the center, feeling the castle's anticipation building around him. "Where to?" he whispered when everyone had gone. In response, a section of wall behind the staff table shimmered and revealed a previously hidden archway. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped through. The passage led Harry through the bowels of the castle, descending spiral staircases and traversing corridors that seemed to shift and realign as he walked. Golden motes of light illuminated his way, dancing just ahead like playful fireflies. "Almost there, heir." The voice grew stronger with each step, less like distant whispers and more like a presence walking beside him. Harry had so many questions, but instinctively knew answers would come in time. Finally, he reached a circular chamber deep within the castle. Four statues, a lion, eagle, badger, and serpent, stood at cardinal points around a central platform. As Harry stepped onto the platform, the statues' eyes glowed with their house colors. "What is this place?" Harry asked aloud. "The heart of Hogwarts. Where the Founder's magic merges." The floor beneath him illuminated, revealing intricate runes carved into the stone. Harry recognized none of them, yet somehow understood they represented protection, wisdom, loyalty, and ambition, the core values of the four houses. "Why me?" Harry whispered. "Why now? Blood of the four flows in you. Magic recognizes magic. And danger approaches, Hogwarts needs her heir." "Danger? You mean Voldemort?" The chamber trembled slightly at the name. "The fractured one, yes. But also the manipulator who brought him here." "Brought him? You mean someone deliberately let Voldemort into Hogwarts?" "Who?" "The one who claims to lead but serves only his vision. The one who left you with those who hate magic." A chill ran down Harry's spine as understanding dawned. "Dumbledore? But he's supposed to be the greatest wizard alive, the only one Voldemort fears. Great power does not ensure great wisdom. Or honest purpose." Images flashed through Harry's mind, a baby left on a doorstep in November cold, a bearded figure placing compulsion charms on his aunt and uncle to amplify their worst tendencies, monitoring devices in silver instruments spinning in Dumbledore's office, tracking Harry's misery, and worst of all, a deliberate calculation that suffering would make Harry moldable, grateful for any kindness, willing to sacrifice himself. No, Harry gasped, sinking to his knees. That can't be right. Truth is often painful, heir. But necessary. Why would he do this? A prophecy. A weapon. A sacrifice. Before Harry could ask more, the chamber shifted. One wall melted away, revealing a comfortable bedroom with a four-poster bed bearing the crests of all houses. A fireplace crackled to life, warming the space. Rest now. Learn tomorrow. You are safe here. Exhausted both physically and emotionally, Harry didn't argue. The bedroom contained everything he needed, his trunk had somehow been transported here, and a small bathroom adjoined the sleeping area. As he changed into pajamas, Harry's mind raced with questions and revelations. If what the castle showed him was true, his entire understanding of the wizarding world, of his place in it, was built on lies. Dumbledore wasn't his protector but his jailer. The Dursleys' cruelty wasn't just their nature but magically enhanced. And somewhere in the castle, Voldemort lurked, possibly inside Professor Quirrell himself. What am I supposed to do? Harry asked the empty room. Learn. Grow. Claim your birthright. The voice was gentler now, almost maternal. Harry climbed into bed, surprised by how comfortable it felt, as if the mattress adjusted perfectly to his body. Will you tell me more tomorrow? He asked. Each day, more shall be revealed. Sleep now, heir of Hogwarts. As Harry drifted off, he felt safer than he'd ever been. Whatever trials awaited, he wasn't alone anymore. Hogwarts was with him, and for the first time in his life, Harry Potter had come home. Albus Dumbledore paced his office, silver instruments whirring in agitation. Fawkes watched from his perch, uncharacteristically silent. This was not foreseen, old friend, Dumbledore murmured. Not in any prophecy or divination. The phoenix trilled softly, neither comforting nor condemning. The boy cannot be allowed to fall under the castle's influence too quickly, Dumbledore continued. There are factors he doesn't understand, sacrifices that must be made. A soft knock interrupted his musings. Enter, he called, composing his features into benign serenity. Severus Snape swept in, his black robes billowing. The castle is resisting my patrols, he said without preamble. Corridors that have existed for centuries have vanished, and new ones have appeared. Slytherin prefects report similar anomalies. Dumbledore nodded gravely. As I feared. Hogwarts has awakened fully. Because of Potter? Snape's lip curled. What did the brat do? Harry did nothing, Severus. His mere presence was catalyst enough. Dumbledore sighed. I had hoped for more time. The protections around the stone are not yet complete. Then remove it. If the castle has recognized Potter as this heir, it may reveal everything to him. Impossible. The enchantments have progressed too far to be dismantled safely. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. No, we must accelerate our plans. The confrontation must happen sooner rather than later. Snape's dark eyes narrowed. You would risk everything on the abilities of an untrained first year? Not his abilities, Severus. His mother's protection. Dumbledore's voice softened. Lily's sacrifice remains our greatest weapon. At the mention of Lily Evans, Snape's expression became unreadable. And if the castle interferes? If it protects Potter from your arrangements? Then we must ensure Harry understands the stakes. His natural nobility, his mother's compassion, will guide him. Snape turned away, concealing his reaction. What would you have me do? Continue as planned. Your distaste for the boy will help maintain our deception. And Quirrell? Monitor him, but do not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Tom must believe his possession remains undetected. After Snape departed, Dumbledore moved to a cabinet and removed his pensieve. Silvery memories swirled within its basin, prophecies, plans, and contingencies decades in the making. Too soon, he whispered. Far too soon. Harry woke to gentle morning light filtering through a window that hadn't existed the night before. For a moment, he lay still, wondering if everything had been a dream. Then he felt it, the castle's presence, warm and watchful. "Good morning, heir." "Good morning," Harry replied aloud, still marveling at the connection. Do you have a name I should call you?" The castle's response felt like amusement. "I am Hogwarts. That name has served for 1,000 years. Harry sat up, noticing fresh robes laid out on a chair, black with trim in all 4 house colors. As he dressed, the events of yesterday replayed in his mind. "Hogwarts," he said hesitantly, "what you showed me about Dumbledore, is it really true? I cannot lie to my heir. What I showed was truth as preserved in my stones. But why would he do that? Leave me with people who hated me, make them treat me worse. The bearded one believes in prophecy above people. He saw your suffering as necessary to shape you into what he needs." Harry's hands clenched into fists. "And what's that?" "A weapon. A sacrifice. One who walks willingly to death." The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Harry shivered, not just from cold but from the implication. "He wants me to die. But then why protect me at all?" "Not yet. When the time is right. After you fulfill your purpose." Harry sat heavily on the edge of the bed. 11 years old, and already someone had planned his entire life, and death, without his knowledge or consent. First the Dursleys treating him like an unwanted burden, and now this revelation that the wizarding world's greatest hero had orchestrated it all. "I need to tell someone," Harry said. "Professor McGonagall, or, careful, heir. The bearded one's influence runs deep. Few would believe a child over the great Albus Dumbledore. Then what can I do? Learn. Grow stronger. Find allies. I will help, but you must move carefully." Harry nodded, his young face setting in determination. "I need to learn everything I can about Hogwarts, about magic, about, whatever this heir business means." "Wise choice. But first, breakfast. Your absence will be noted." The wall shifted again, revealing a different passage than the one Harry had entered through. Following the now familiar golden moats, Harry made his way upward through the castle, eventually emerging from behind a tapestry near the Great Hall. The corridor was filled with students heading to breakfast. "Harry." Hermione Granger pushed through the crowd, her face alight with curiosity and concern. "Where did you go last night? Everyone's talking about what happened at the sorting." "It's complicated," Harry said, suddenly aware of listening ears. "The castle showed me a place to sleep." Hermione's eyes widened. "The castle actually communicated with you? That's extraordinary magic. Does it use telepathy or some form of magical imprinting? Is it sentient or merely reactive? The implications for magical theory are, blimey, Hermione, let him breathe," Ron interrupted, appearing beside them. "Morning, Harry. Did you really get your own room? Fred and George are dead jealous." Harry smiled, grateful for Ron's intervention. "Something like that. Listen, I need to talk to both of you, but somewhere private." "What about breakfast?" Ron asked. "After," Harry said. "This is important." They entered the Great Hall, which fell silent as students noticed Harry. Whispers followed him as he hesitated, unsure where to sit. Like yesterday, he felt gentle tugs toward all 4 house tables. "Choose freely, heir. You belong everywhere." Making a decision, Harry walked toward the Hufflepuff table. If he was going to bridge house divides, he might as well start now. The Hufflepuffs looked surprised but not unwelcoming as Harry approached. "Mind if I join you?" he asked a round-faced boy he recognized from the sorting. "And not at all," the boy stuttered. "I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom." Harry Potter, Harry replied unnecessarily, sitting beside Neville. This is Ron and Hermione. Ron looked uncomfortable but sat down, while Hermione seemed delighted by the house integration. The Hufflepuffs shifted to make room, their natural inclusivity overcoming any awkwardness. Is it true you can talk to the castle? Asked a blonde girl with pigtails. Before Harry could answer, Professor McGonagall appeared with their class schedules. She raised an eyebrow at finding Harry at the Hufflepuff table but made no comment. Mr. Potter, she said, handing him a unique schedule with a mixture of classes from all houses, the headmaster wishes to see you immediately after breakfast. The password is the chocolate frogs. Harry felt a surge of warning from Hogwarts. Thank you, Professor. I'll go as soon as I've eaten. As McGonagall moved away, Harry turned to his newfound companions. After I meet with Dumbledore, could we talk? I need advice. Of course, Hermione said immediately. Yeah, mate, Ron agreed. Whatever you need. Neville looked surprised to be included but nodded earnestly. Harry ate quickly, mentally preparing for his confrontation with Dumbledore. The castle fed him impressions, pathways through the school, hidden places where they could talk safely, and most importantly, how to protect his mind from magical intrusion. Beware his eyes. They see thoughts unguarded. That was a disturbing revelation. Could Dumbledore read minds? Harry focused on the mental exercises Hogwarts was teaching him, imagining his thoughts behind stone walls, feeling the castle's magic reinforcing his mental defenses. As he left the Great Hall, Harry felt someone watching him. Glancing back, he caught Professor Quirrell staring intently, his expression nothing like the nervous, stuttering teacher from the feast. For a brief moment, Harry's scar prickled with pain. The fractured one watches. Be wary, heir. Harry nodded imperceptibly and continued toward Dumbledore's office, a plan forming in his mind. He wouldn't confront the headmaster directly, not yet. First, he needed knowledge, allies, and time to understand his connection with Hogwarts. For now, he would pretend ignorance while learning everything he could. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office sprang aside as Harry approached, before he could even speak the password. Clearly, Hogwarts was taking sides. Remember, heir. Stone walls and mental shields. Taking a deep breath, Harry climbed the spiral staircase to face the man who had shaped his life from the shadows. Ah, Harry. Do come in. Dumbledore sat behind an enormous desk, surrounded by whirring silver instruments and portraits of previous headmasters. Fawkes the Phoenix watched from his perch, his intelligent eyes following Harry's movements. Lemon drop? Dumbledore offered, gesturing to a bowl of yellow candies. Mild calming potion. Loosens tongues. No thank you, sir, Harry replied, keeping his expression neutral. Very well. Please, sit. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled behind half-moon spectacles. I must say, Harry, you've caused quite a stir. In all my years at Hogwarts, I've never witnessed anything like yesterday's sorting. Harry sat carefully, maintaining the mental shields Hogwarts had helped him construct. I didn't do anything, Professor. It just happened. Indeed. Magic often works in mysterious ways. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. The question is, what shall we do about your unique status? The other students and staff will have questions. What does being the Founder's heir mean, sir? Harry asked innocently. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Historically, the Founders occasionally recognized exceptional students with special privileges or responsibilities. However, direct communication with the castle itself is unprecedented. His gaze intensified. Has Hogwarts spoken to you, Harry? Careful. Half-truths only. Sort of, Harry admitted. Not in clear words, mostly just feelings. It showed me where to sleep last night. I see. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. And where was that, if I may ask? Harry felt Hogwarts' warning pulse stronger. A room I couldn't find again if I tried, he said truthfully. The passages kept shifting. Fascinating. Dumbledore didn't look pleased by this answer. Harry, while this connection is remarkable, it presents certain challenges. For your safety and education, we must establish boundaries. What kind of boundaries, sir? For one, you must attend classes with your yearmates, following your assigned schedule. For another, you must respect curfew and school rules like any other student. Dumbledore's voice remained gentle, but Harry detected an undercurrent of firmness. And most importantly, you must inform me or another professor of any unusual communications from the castle. He fears what I might reveal. I understand, Professor, Harry said, lowering his eyes to avoid direct contact. I'll try my best to be normal. Dumbledore chuckled. My dear boy, you are extraordinary in many ways beyond this connection to Hogwarts. Your parents would be very proud. The mention of his parents sent a pang through Harry's chest. Would they be proud? Or would they be horrified to know Dumbledore had left their son with abusive relatives? Sir, Harry ventured, could you tell me about my parents? The Dursleys never talked about them. A flash of something, guilt, crossed Dumbledore's face. Your aunt never spoke of Lily. They were sisters, after all. She told me they died in a car crash, Harry said flatly. That my father was a drunk. Dumbledore sighed heavily. I feared they might not have provided the nurturing environment I had hoped for. Perhaps I made a mistake in placing you there. Lies. He knew exactly what they were like. Why did I have to live with them? Harry asked, genuinely curious about what excuse Dumbledore would offer. Don't I have any wizarding relatives? Alas, no close ones. And there are powerful protective magics tied to your mother's bloodline. Your Aunt Petunia's home was the safest place for you. Dumbledore's expression grew solemn. There are those who would have harmed you, Harry. Followers of Voldemort who escaped justice. Harry nodded as if accepting this explanation. I understand, sir. Dumbledore smiled, apparently satisfied. Now, regarding your living arrangements here at Hogwarts. While the castle may have provided temporary accommodation, we should discuss more permanent. Actually, Professor, Harry interrupted, I'd like to keep the room Hogwarts gave me, if that's all right. It feels right. The headmaster's smile tightened slightly. I'm afraid I must insist on knowing where my students sleep, Harry. For safety reasons. He cannot force you. Harry felt a surge of confidence from the castle. The room is protected, sir. Hogwarts assured me it's the safest place in the castle for me. Safer than my protection? Dumbledore asked softly. I didn't mean, Harry began. No matter, Dumbledore waved a hand dismissively. Perhaps a compromise. You may keep your mysterious quarters, provided you check in regularly with your head of house. He paused. Though I suppose that presents another difficulty, as you effectively belong to all houses. And none, Harry added, remembering the Sorting Hat's words. Indeed. For administrative purposes, perhaps Professor McGonagall could serve as your primary contact. Dumbledore stood, signaling the end of their meeting. Run along now, Harry. Your first classes await. We'll speak again soon about this fascinating development. As Harry reached the door, Dumbledore called after him. One more thing, Harry. The third-floor corridor I mentioned at the feast, do heed my warning about avoiding it. Some secrets are dangerous, even for Hogwarts heir. He tests you. Yes, sir, Harry said, and left quickly. Outside the office, Harry leaned against the cool stone wall, his heart racing. The conversation had gone better than he'd feared but worse than he'd hoped. Dumbledore clearly suspected something but wasn't certain how much Harry knew or what Hogwarts had revealed. Well done, heir. The first battle is fought with words and wits. What's in the third-floor corridor? Harry whispered. A trap. Both for the fractured one and for you. Voldemort and me. What kind of trap? The stone that defies death. The bearded one uses it as bait. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry had seen the name on Hagrid's mysterious package from Gringotts. Now it made sense. Dumbledore had brought the stone to Hogwarts, knowing Voldemort would come for it, deliberately endangering an entire school of children to set a trap. We need to warn people, Harry murmured. But who would believe me over Dumbledore? Start with those who already question. The bushy-haired one seeks knowledge above authority. The red-haired one values loyalty over rules. The plant tender has courage beneath his fear. Harry straightened, determination filling him. Where can we meet privately? 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Walk past 3 times thinking of your need. With that instruction in mind, Harry hurried to find his friends. Classes would start soon, but this couldn't wait. If Dumbledore had brought Voldemort to Hogwarts as part of some grand scheme, every student was in danger. And Harry refused to be a pawn any longer. You want us to believe Dumbledore deliberately put you with abusive relatives, brought you-know-who into the school, and plans to sacrifice you? Ron stared at Harry incredulously. Mate, that's mental. They sat in a comfortable room that had appeared exactly as Harry needed it, cozy seating, bookshelves, and a blackboard where Hermione was frantically making notes and connection diagrams. Neville looked pale and frightened, while Ron seemed torn between loyalty to Harry and disbelief at his claims. I know how it sounds, Harry said. But the castle has no reason to lie to me. Actually, Hermione interjected, we don't know that. We know almost nothing about how this connection works or what motivates Hogwarts as an entity. She tapped her chalk against the board. However, the evidence is compelling. Harry's mistreatment by his relatives, Dumbledore's insistence he return there, the convenient placement of the Philosopher's Stone as bait. My gran always said Dumbledore plays deep games, Neville offered quietly. She says he thinks 10 moves ahead and sometimes sacrifices pawns. Harry felt a rush of gratitude toward Neville. Exactly. I'm not saying Dumbledore is evil, just that his idea of the greater good might not include my well-being. Or yours. But he's Dumbledore, Ron protested weakly. Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, greatest wizard alive. Which makes him more dangerous if he's wrong, Hermione pointed out. Power without oversight corrupts, Ron. Every history book confirms that. Ron ran a hand through his red hair. What does the castle want you to do about it? Learn, Harry said simply. Grow stronger. Find the truth. He hesitated. And eventually, take control of Hogwarts from Dumbledore. That's revolution, Hermione whispered, eyes wide. Overthrowing the headmaster. Or restoration, Neville countered, showing unexpected backbone. If Harry really is the Founder's heir, maybe Hogwarts should answer to him, not the ministry-appointed headmaster. Harry hadn't considered that angle. The castle says Dumbledore has been suppressing its defenses, limiting its awareness. Probably to allow his plans to proceed unhindered. So what's our next move? Ron asked, seemingly resigned to believing Harry's story. First, we need more information, Hermione said decisively. About the Founders, about Harry's status as heir, about the stone and its protections. And about Quirrell, Harry added. Hogwarts is certain he's possessed by Voldemort. He noticed the others flinch at the name. Sorry, you know who. If that's true, we should tell the professors immediately, Hermione insisted. Harry shook his head. Dumbledore already knows. He let Quirrell in deliberately as part of the trap. The implications of that revelation hung heavy in the room. A headmaster willingly endangering students by allowing the darkest wizard in history inside a school. We need more allies, Neville said suddenly. People from different houses who might help. Careful, Ron warned. Some families are connected to you-know-who. Especially in Slytherin. Not all Slytherins, Harry countered. The castle says I need allies in all houses. Perhaps we should start with older students, Hermione suggested. People with more knowledge and experience. Fred and George, Ron said. My brothers. They know the castle better than anyone except maybe Filch. And they're brilliant with magic, even if they waste it on pranks. Perfect, Harry agreed. But we need Slytherin allies too. What about that blonde girl? Neville offered. The one who's always watching you. Greengrass, I think. Harry hadn't noticed any Slytherin girl watching him, but Hogwarts pulsed confirmation. The Ice Maiden. Old family. Neutrals in the last war. Daphne Greengrass, Harry repeated. I'll try to approach her carefully. We should also research the Founder's heir precedent, Hermione added. There must be historical records. Library. Restricted section. Behind the false shelf marked 16th century Goblin negotiations. Harry relayed this information, earning an excited squeal from Hermione. The castle is giving us research tips. This is amazing. We'll need a way to get into the restricted section, Ron pointed out. The cloak, Harry remembered. My father's invisibility cloak, Hagrid gave it to me yesterday. Said Dumbledore had been keeping it. Another manipulation. The cloak is your birthright, kept from you until it served his purpose. Harry pushed down his anger. There would be time for that later. I can use the cloak to access the restricted books tonight. I'll come with you, Hermione volunteered immediately. We all will, Ron declared, with Neville nodding nervously. No, Harry said. Too many people under one cloak would be noisy and awkward. Hermione should come because she'll understand the books better. The rest of you can create diversions if needed. They spent the next hour planning, each contributing ideas from their unique perspectives. Ron's strategic mind, Hermione's academic knowledge, Neville's understanding of pure-blood traditions, and Harry's connection to Hogwarts formed a surprisingly effective combination. As they prepared to leave for their first classes, Harry felt something he'd never experienced before, the warmth of true friendship and purpose. Whatever Dumbledore had planned for him, whatever Voldemort intended, Harry was no longer alone. And Hogwarts herself was with him, guiding his path. The first week at Hogwarts passed in a blur of classes, secret meetings, and midnight research. Harry rotated between house tables at meals, making connections in each house while establishing his unique status. Dumbledore watched from the head table, his expression unreadable behind his twinkling eyes. In classes, Harry discovered that his connection to Hogwarts gave him unexpected advantages. In Transfiguration, the castle helped him understand the underlying principles of magical transformation. In Charms, it guided his wand movements with subtle pressure against his fingers. Even in Potions, where Professor Snape seemed determined to humiliate him, Hogwarts whispered warnings about dangerous interactions and improper techniques. The boy is cheating, Snape declared during their third potions lesson, looming over Harry's perfect forgetfulness potion. There is no possible way a first year could achieve this quality without assistance. I just followed the instructions, Professor, Harry said innocently. Half-truth. Better than lies. 20 points from. Snape paused, realizing Harry's unique status complicated his favorite punishment. 20 points for insolence, Potter. And detention tonight. I'm sorry, Professor, but I already have a meeting with Professor McGonagall tonight, Harry replied, knowing this was true because Hogwarts had arranged it minutes earlier through a shifting staircase that had deposited McGonagall directly outside Harry's defense classroom with a suddenly clear schedule. Snape's eyes narrowed dangerously. Tomorrow, then. He has astronomy, Hermione piped up. Sunday, Snape snapped. My office. 6 o'clock. One more word from anyone and it will be 50 points. After class, Ron marveled at Harry's composure. How did you stay so calm? Snape's terrifying when he gets like that. The castle helps, Harry admitted. It's like having a supportive friend whispering encouragement. Must be nice, Ron said without rancor. What did it tell you about Snape? Oath-bound. Divided loyalties. Hates the father, owes the mother. Something about my parents, Harry summarized. I think there's history there. Their research in the restricted section had yielded valuable information. The position of Founder's heir had existed before, though not for several centuries. The last recognized heir had been Eldritch Whitmore in 1702, who had used Hogwarts defenses to repel an attack by dark wizards attempting to steal ancient artifacts from the school vaults. Most importantly, they discovered that the Founders had created a special wardroom, the heart of Hogwarts that Harry had visited, where the heir could access and control the castle's extensive magical protections. It says here the heir can expel anyone from Hogwarts, Hermione had whispered excitedly, pointing to a passage in Hogwarts, a complete warding history. Even the headmaster, if they act against the school's interests. Blimey, Ron had breathed. No wonder Dumbledore looks worried. Now, as they headed to defense against the dark arts, Harry mulled over this information. Could he really expel Dumbledore? Should he? Despite everything, the headmaster was still considered the greatest wizard alive and the leader of the fight against Voldemort. Power and wisdom are not the same, heir. Choose when to act based on readiness, not doubt. Professor Quirrell's class was a disappointment. Between his stutter and the overpowering smell of garlic that permeated the classroom, students struggled to focus on his disjointed lectures. Harry's scar prickled constantly in Quirrell's presence, though the pain was manageable as long as he maintained his mental shields. Today, however, Quirrell seemed particularly agitated. His stutter was more pronounced, and he kept glancing at Harry with an unreadable expression. Today, we will discuss defensive theory, Quirrell announced. P. Potter, what would you do if faced with a dark wizard? All eyes turned to Harry. Hogwarts pulsed a warning. Trap question. The fractured one tests you. I suppose I'd try to escape, Professor, Harry answered cautiously. First years aren't equipped to duel dark wizards. Wise, Quirrell nodded, though his eyes reflected disappointment. 5 points too. He hesitated, then finished lamely, Potter. Throughout the lesson, Quirrell continued to single Harry out with increasingly specific questions about defensive scenarios. Each time, Harry provided conservative, textbook answers while privately noting how Quirrell seemed to be probing his knowledge and abilities. After class, as they walked toward the Great Hall for lunch, Hermione voiced what they were all thinking. He's assessing you. Trying to determine how much of a threat you are. Or how difficult you'll be to kill, Ron added grimly. Harry nodded. Hogwarts thinks he's accelerating his plans because of my connection to the castle. He's worried I'll discover whatever he's up to before he can get to the stone. We need to approach Daphne Greengrass today, Hermione decided. If Quirrell is moving faster, so should we. Harry agreed. Their small group had already grown to include Fred and George Weasley, whose extensive knowledge of secret passages had proven invaluable. Adding a Slytherin perspective would strengthen their position further. At lunch, Harry chose the Slytherin table, ignoring the whispers and stares. Most Slytherins regarded him with suspicion, but a few, including, he noticed, Daphne Greengrass, showed calculated interest. Potter, Malfoy acknowledged as Harry sat across from him. Finally embracing your ambitious side? I'm embracing all sides, Malfoy, Harry replied evenly. That's what being the Founder's heir means. So you've accepted the title, Daphne Greengrass observed, speaking to Harry directly for the first time. Her voice was cool and measured, her blonde hair framing aristocratic features. Interesting. The castle didn't give me much choice, Harry said with a slight smile. Castles don't make choices, Potter, an older Slytherin sneered. Buildings don't think. Ignorance speaks loudest. Hogwarts isn't just a building, Harry replied, meeting the older boy's gaze. It's the most heavily enchanted magical structure in Britain, created by 4 of the greatest wizards in history. After 1,000 years of absorbing ambient magic, who's to say what Hogwarts has become? Several Slytherins looked thoughtful at this response. Magical theory wasn't Harry's strength, but Hermione had coached him on how to explain his connection in terms purebloods might accept. A compelling argument, Daphne acknowledged. Though it raises questions about why the castle would choose a half-blood when there are students with direct lineage to the founders present. Like who? Harry asked innocently. The Malfoys claim descent from Slytherin, Daphne said. The Smiths from Hufflepuff. The Boots from Ravenclaw. Several families claim Gryffindor ancestry. Yet the castle chose Potter, Malfoy said, sounding more curious than hostile. Father will be most interested to learn why. Perhaps it's not about bloodlines but magical affinity, Harry suggested, repeating what Hogwarts had told him. Or perhaps I'm connected to all 4 founders, not just one. This statement caused a stir among the Slytherins. Even Malfoy looked startled. That would be unprecedented, Daphne said carefully. Like everything else about me, Harry replied with a self-deprecating shrug. He turned his attention to his food, allowing the Slytherins to digest this information. As lunch concluded, Daphne approached him. Potter, I have a free period now. Perhaps we could continue our discussion. Harry felt Hogwarts' approval. I'd like that. They walked together into the entrance hall, where Hermione waited. She gave Harry a questioning look, which he answered with a slight nod. Granger, Daphne acknowledged coolly. Greengrass, Hermione returned equally. Harry, we should hurry if we're going to make it to the library before herbology. Actually, I invited Greengrass to join us, Harry said. If that's all right. Hermione hesitated only briefly. Of course. More perspectives are always valuable. As they climbed the stairs toward the library, Harry felt a shifting in the castle's magic, staircases rearranging to create a direct path, paintings turning to watch their progress, and most tellingly, a new door appearing in the corridor leading to a room none of them had seen before. What's happening? Daphne asked, her composed exterior cracking slightly. Hogwarts is helping, Harry explained, approaching the door. It wants us to talk privately. Inside was a small study room with comfortable chairs, a table, and bookshelves containing titles relevant to their research. A fire crackled in the grate, and a window overlooked the lake, though Harry knew they were nowhere near an exterior wall. Impressive, Daphne murmured, running a finger along a bookshelf. The castle really does respond to you. It does more than respond, Harry said. It communicates. It shows me things, truths hidden in its stones. What kind of truths? Daphne's eyes narrowed. Harry exchanged glances with Hermione, who nodded encouragingly. About Dumbledore. About Voldemort. About a trap being set using the Philosopher's Stone. To her credit, Daphne didn't flinch at Voldemort's name. Her expression became calculating. And why share this with me, Potter? Because we need allies from all houses, Hermione interjected. And because your family remained neutral during the last war. You've researched me, Daphne observed. We've researched everyone we might approach, Harry confirmed. The castle helps, but we do our homework. A hint of respect flickered across Daphne's face. Very Slytherin of you, Potter. I'm impressed. She sat gracefully in one of the chairs. Tell me everything, and I'll decide whether my family's neutrality extends to your situation. Harry began the explanation, starting with his arrival at Hogwarts and the castle's first whispers. As he spoke, Hogwarts itself added details through impressions and memories, which Harry relayed to the increasingly astonished Slytherin girl. By the time he finished, Daphne's cool composure had given way to genuine concern. If this is true, and I'm not saying I fully believe it yet, then Dumbledore has endangered every student in this school by bringing the Dark Lord here. Exactly, Hermione said. Which is why we need to act. What does the castle suggest? Daphne asked, addressing Harry directly. Strengthen the heir. Awaken the wards. Prepare for confrontation. Harry repeated this aloud, adding, Hogwarts wants me to learn how to control the wards, the magical protections around the school. Eventually, it believes I should use them to expel Dumbledore and take control of the school's defenses. That's ambitious, Daphne said, a hint of admiration in her voice. The political fallout would be enormous. We're not ready for that yet, Harry acknowledged. But we need to prepare. That's where you come in. Your family has ancient books on warding, doesn't it? Daphne's eyebrows rose. The castle told you that? It knows a lot about the old families, Harry confirmed. Especially those connected to its history. My family does possess some knowledge of traditional warding techniques, Daphne admitted carefully. But nothing specific to Hogwarts. Anything would help, Hermione pressed. We're piecing together information from multiple sources. Daphne considered for a long moment. I'll need to write to my father. He'll want assurances this isn't some Gryffindor plot to embarrass Slytherin House. Tell him whatever you need to, Harry said. But please emphasize the urgency. If Quirrell is possessed by Voldemort, every day we delay puts students at risk. The bell rang, signaling the end of their free period. As they gathered their things, Daphne fixed Harry with an intense look. One more question, Potter. What's your endgame? Assuming you succeed in expelling Dumbledore and stopping the Dark Lord's current plot, what then? What kind of Hogwarts do you envision? It was a question Harry hadn't fully considered. He closed his eyes, feeling for Hogwarts guidance. A school united. Knowledge freely shared. Safety for all magical children. A beacon, not a battleground. A Hogwarts true to the Founder's vision, Harry said, opening his eyes. Where house divisions are strengths, not barriers. Where magic is taught without ministry restrictions or pureblood prejudice. Where every magical child is safe to learn and grow. Something shifted in Daphne's expression, skepticism giving way to cautious hope. Ambitious indeed, she said softly. My father may find that vision intriguing. As they left the room, Harry felt the castle's approval washing over him. Another ally gained, another step toward reclaiming Hogwarts from those who would use it for their own ends. But greater challenges lay ahead, starting with his detention with Snape that weekend, where he would face a man with divided loyalties and a bitter history with Harry's parents. Courage, heir. The potion master is neither friend nor foe yet. His path remains unwritten. With Hogwarts reassurance echoing in his mind, Harry headed to herbology, where Neville waited with news of his own allies among the Hufflepuffs. The castle's heir was building his foundation, stone by stone. Sunday evening arrived too quickly. Harry stood outside Snape's office in the dungeons, gathering his courage before knocking. Shield your mind. Speak truth where possible. The potion master sees deception easily. Enter, Snape's cold voice commanded after Harry's knock. The office was dimly lit, with shelves of preserved specimens casting eerie shadows. Snape sat behind his desk, dark eyes fixing Harry with a penetrating stare. Mr. Potter, he said silkily. Our celebrity has deigned to appear for his detention. Yes, sir, Harry replied simply, maintaining eye contact but focusing on his mental shields. Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. You will be cleaning cauldrons tonight. Without magic. He gestured to a stack of filthy cauldrons in the corner. Begin. Harry moved to the cauldrons without complaint. As he worked, he felt Snape's eyes on him, assessing, calculating. You look like your father, Snape said suddenly, but perhaps you are not entirely his son after all. Harry paused briefly. You knew my father, sir. We were acquainted. Bitterness laced Snape's voice. James Potter was arrogant, rule-breaking, and utterly convinced of his own superiority. Half-truth. Rivalry and resentment color memory. And my mother? Harry asked, returning to his scrubbing. Silence stretched for several long seconds. Your mother was different. Something in Snape's tone made Harry look up. The professor's face had momentarily softened before hardening again. Your sudden celebrity status as Hogwarts heir appears to have inflated your ego to match your father's, Snape continued coldly. Prancing between house tables, receiving special accommodations, whispering with the castle like a deranged house elf. I didn't ask for any of this, Professor, Harry said quietly. The castle chose me. I'm just trying to understand why. Indeed? Snape raised an eyebrow. And what has Hogwarts revealed to its chosen one? Harry sensed this was a test. The truth would be dangerous, but a lie would be detected. Partial truth. Test his reaction. That there are secrets hidden in its walls, Harry replied. That not everyone at Hogwarts has students' best interests at heart. Snape's expression remained unreadable, but his fingers tightened slightly on his quill. Cryptic nonsense. Has it occurred to you, Potter, that an entity formed from centuries of accumulated magic might have its own agenda? That it might use a naive first year for purposes you cannot comprehend? Yes, sir, Harry admitted. I've considered that. This honest answer seemed to surprise Snape. Have you indeed? Perhaps there is a functioning brain beneath that unruly hair. He studied Harry for a moment. Tell me, Potter, what does the castle say about Professor Quirrell? The question was so unexpected that Harry nearly dropped his brush. Sir. You heard me. What does your friend think of our defense professor? Careful. He tests loyalties. It doesn't trust him, Harry said cautiously. It senses something wrong. Snape leaned forward slightly. Wrong in what way? Like he's not alone in his body. The office temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Snape's face paled slightly. Has the headmaster been informed of these impressions? I believe he already knows, sir, Harry replied, watching Snape carefully. A muscle twitched in Snape's jaw. I see. He stood abruptly. Continue your work in silence, Potter. I have no interest in your juvenile fantasies. But Harry had seen the confirmation in Snape's reaction. The potion's master knew about Quirrell's possession and Dumbledore's knowledge of it. He is troubled. Conflicted. Oaths pulling against conscience. For the remainder of the detention, Snape ignored Harry completely, focusing intently on grading essays. When Harry finally finished the last cauldron, the professor dismissed him with barely a glance. As Harry reached the door, Snape spoke once more. Potter. Harry turned. Yes, Professor. Be careful whom you trust. Even ancient entities may have hidden motives. It was as close to a warning as Snape would give. Harry nodded solemnly. I'll remember that, sir. Outside in the corridor, Harry released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The conversation had revealed more than he expected. Snape knew about Quirrell but was constrained, by oath or duty, from acting directly. Another piece moves on the board. The chess metaphor seemed apartment Dumbledore, Voldemort, Snape, McGonagall, all maneuvering for advantage, with Harry at the center of their game. But games had rules. And Hogwarts knew them all. October arrived with a chill in the air and mounting tensions within the castle. Harry's network of allies had grown steadily. Fred and George Weasley provided invaluable knowledge of secret passages and diversion tactics. Daphne Greengrass had secured ancient warding texts from her father, who expressed scholarly interest in Harry's unique position. Neville had cultivated connections among the Hufflepuffs, particularly Susan Bones, whose aunt headed the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And Hermione had methodically compiled evidence of Dumbledore's manipulations, creating a compelling case against the headmaster. Each night, Harry descended to the heart of Hogwarts, where the castle taught him to access and manipulate its wards. Progress was slow but steady, with Harry gradually mastering control over different aspects of the castle's defenses. "It's like learning a new language," he explained to his friends one evening in the room of requirement, their secure meeting place. "Not just words, but feelings and images too." "Have you figured out how to actually expel someone?" Ron asked. Harry shook his head. "That's the most complex function of the wards. Hogwarts is teaching me gradually, starting with basic awareness, then moving to diagnostics, then small manipulations like opening passages or moving staircases." "Logical progression," Hermione nodded approvingly. "Building foundations before attempting advanced applications." "My father's sources indicate Dumbledore is growing concerned," Daphne added, scanning a letter she'd received that morning. "Apparently he's called an emergency meeting of the Board of Governors for next week." "What for?" Neville asked nervously. "Officially, to discuss unprecedented magical manifestations within Hogwarts." Daphne's lip curled slightly. "Unofficially, he's trying to secure support against potential challenges to his authority." "Is he succeeding?" Harry asked. "Mixed results. Lucius Malfoy is rallying opposition, though for his own purposes rather than yours. Augusta Longbottom remains undecided." Neville looked surprised. "My gran. She's not on the board. But she influences 3 members," Daphne explained. "Her support would be valuable." Harry turned to Neville. "Could you write to her? Explain what's happening?" I could try," Neville said uncertainly. "But she might just tell me to stay out of it." "Worth attempting," Hermione encouraged. "Every ally matters." Their planning continued, with each member contributing according to their strengths. As they dispersed for curfew, Harry felt a growing confidence. Their coalition was solidifying, their knowledge expanding. But time was running short. Quirrell had been sighted near the third-floor corridor twice in the past week, and Dumbledore's increased scrutiny of Harry suggested the headmaster suspected their activities. The fractured one moves soon. The bearded one watches. Preparation becomes action. Hogwarts' warning echoed in Harry's mind as he made his way to his private quarters. The castle was right, they couldn't remain in the preparation phase forever. Soon, Harry would need to confront both Dumbledore and Quirrell/Voldemort. But first, he needed to master the expulsion wards. And for that, he required one final night of training in the heart of Hogwarts. The Halloween feast was in full swing when Harry slipped away. The Great Hall's decorations were spectacular, live bats fluttering above floating pumpkins, skeletons dancing between tables, but Harry's mind was elsewhere. Quirrell had been absent from the feast, and Hogwarts warnings had grown urgent throughout the day. Tonight. The fractured one moves tonight. Harry had alerted his core group, who had positions around the castle, Hermione and Neville monitoring the third-floor corridor, Fred and George watching the main entrance, Ron and Daphne stationed near Dumbledore at the feast. All had instructions to send messages via enchanted parchment, Hermione's clever adaptation of a protean charm. Descending to the heart of Hogwarts, Harry felt the castle's magic pulsing with unusual intensity. The 4 statues, lion, eagle, badger, and serpent, seemed almost alive, their eyes glowing brighter than ever before. "What's happening?" Harry asked, stepping onto the central platform. "Time of choosing. Power gathers. The heir must claim or surrender." The runes carved into the floor illuminated one by one, forming intricate patterns that spread outward from Harry's feet. The castle's presence intensified until it felt almost physical, a warmth and weight surrounding Harry like an embrace. To claim wardship, blood freely given upon the Founder's Stone. A small pedestal rose from the center of the platform, bearing a flat stone tablet with 4 symbols, Gryffindor's lion, Hufflepuff's badger, Ravenclaw's eagle, and Slytherin's serpent, arranged in a circle. Harry hesitated only briefly. Drawing a deep breath, he pricked his finger with the point of his wand and pressed the bleeding digit to the center of the tablet where all 4 symbols met. Magic exploded outward in a blinding flash of golden light. Harry gasped as knowledge flooded his mind, the complete layout of Hogwarts, every passage and chamber, the location and status of every person within the castle walls, the complex web of protective enchantments surrounding the grounds, and most crucially, the intricate mechanism controlling who could remain within those protections. When the surge subsided, Harry stood straighter, eyes glowing with the same golden light that permeated the chamber. His connection to Hogwarts had transformed from conversation to communion, castle and heir now inextricably linked. "Show me," Harry commanded, his voice overlaid with harmonics that echoed through the chamber. "Show me everything." The walls dissolved into transparent screens displaying different areas of the castle. Harry saw Dumbledore at the feast, head tilted as if listening to some distant sound, Quirrell creeping along the third-floor corridor, his turban unwinding to reveal a second face on the back of his head, Hermione and Neville hidden behind a statue, observing with wide eyes, McGonagall rushing from her office, alerted by some magical alarm. "They know something's happening," Harry murmured. "Both of them?" "Yes." The bearded one senses the ward's transfer. The fractured one feels his time shortening. "I need to act now," Harry realized. "Before either can complete their plans." "Yes. Command, and it shall be done." Harry closed his eyes, focusing on what he'd learned about the expulsion wards. To banish someone from Hogwarts required 3 elements: clear identification of the target, specific articulation of their transgressions against the school, and the heir's magical intent channeled through the Founder's Stone. "I identify Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore," Harry began, his voice resonating with power. "Current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The images shifted to show Dumbledore rising from his seat at the head table, alarm visible on his face. "His transgressions against Hogwarts and her students are these: knowingly admitting a servant of Voldemort within these walls, deliberately placing the Philosopher's Stone as bait, endangering all who dwell here, suppressing the castle's defensive capabilities for his own purposes, and manipulating the heir of Hogwarts with intent to sacrifice." With each stated transgression, golden light pulsed through the ward lines visible in the chamber's displays. Dumbledore was now hurrying from the Great Hall, McGonagall and Snape close behind. "By right of blood and magic, as recognized heir to the Founders For, I revoke Albus Dumbledore's welcome within these walls. I command the wards of Hogwarts to expel him forthwith, until such time as proper governance of this school can be established." Harry pressed his still bleeding finger once more to the Founder's Stone, sealing the command with blood and magic. Throughout Hogwarts, every stone seemed to vibrate. Students and staff froze as waves of golden light swept through corridors and classrooms. In the Great Hall, the enchanted ceiling swirled with magical energy, causing gasps of wonder and fear. The displays showed Dumbledore stumbling mid-stride as the wards activated around him. For a moment, the aged wizard fought back, his own considerable power creating a blue shield against the golden light. His wand, the Elder Wand, though Harry didn't yet know its significance, emitted silver sparks as Dumbledore attempted counterspells. But Hogwarts magic was too ancient, too fundamental. The golden light intensified, surrounding Dumbledore completely. With a final flash, he vanished from the corridor, reappearing outside the gates of Hogwarts, beyond the ward boundaries. Dumbledore stood momentarily stunned, his beard ruffling in the evening breeze, his half-moon spectacles askew. Then his face hardened with determination as he raised his wand toward the castle gates, only to find them sealed against him, impervious even to the Elder Wand's power. "It's done," Harry whispered, feeling both exhilarated and terrified by what he'd accomplished. "Only half done, heir. The fractured one remains." Harry nodded, refocusing on the displays showing Quirrell/Voldemort, who had paused in his progress toward the third-floor corridor, clearly sensing the magical disturbance. "I identify the being currently possessing Professor Quirinus Quirrell," Harry continued. "The fractured soul of Tom Marvolo Riddle, self-styled Lord Voldemort." This time, the displays showed Quirrell/Voldemort whirling to face an invisible threat, wand raised defensively. "His transgressions against Hogwarts and her students are these: murder of magical children under his previous reign of terror, current possession of a Hogwarts professor against his will, intent to steal the Philosopher's Stone through violence, and deliberate endangerment of this school and all within it. The golden light gathered again, but differently, darker streaks intermixed with the gold, responding to the darker nature of this expulsion. By right of blood and magic, as recognized heir to the Founders Four, I revoke Tom Riddle's welcome within these walls. I command the wards of Hogwarts to expel him forthwith and forever bar his return in any form or vessel. As Harry sealed this command with a final press of his bleeding finger, the castle's reaction was even more dramatic. Stone gargoyles throughout Hogwarts animated, suits of armor marched from their pedestals, and the very walls seemed to close in around Quirrell's location. On the displays, Harry watched as Quirrell/Voldemort fought desperately, dark magic blasting sections of corridor apart. But Hogwarts itself had become his opponent. The floor beneath him rippled and surged, stone hands emerged from walls to grasp at his robes, and enchanted suits of armor advanced with medieval weapons raised. "I will not be denied," shrieked an inhuman voice from the back of Quirrell's head. "This castle is mine by right of Slytherin's blood." False claim. Perverted lineage. Rejected. The words appeared as glowing text across the displays, visible to Quirrell/Voldemort as well. The possessed professor howled in rage, unleashing a wave of dark magic that temporarily halted the castle's assault. For a moment, it seemed the combined power of Quirrell and Voldemort might resist expulsion. But then Hermione and Neville emerged from hiding, wands raised. "Stupefy!" Hermione cried, her spell striking Quirrell in the back. Though a first-year's stunning spell wouldn't normally affect a fully trained wizard, it provided just enough distraction for Hogwarts' defenses to close in. Stone hands grasped Quirrell's ankles, a suit of armor tackled him from behind, and the golden light of the expulsion ward enveloped both professor and possessing spirit. Quirrell's scream mingled with Voldemort's unearthly shriek as they were forcibly separated, Quirrell's unconscious body transported to the grounds outside the main gate, while a dark, wraith-like entity was ejected with such force it disappeared beyond the display's range, hurtling away from Hogwarts at supernatural speed. In the heart chamber, Harry collapsed to his knees, drained by the immense magical effort. The golden glow faded from his eyes, though it continued to pulse softly through the floor runes. "Well done, heir. The castle is cleansed. What happens now?" Harry asked wearily. "Restoration begins. But first, rest. Your friends come." Indeed, the displays showed Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Fred, and George converging on the heart chamber, guided by the castle itself through suddenly revealed passages. McGonagall and several other professors were attempting to restore order in the Great Hall, while outside the gates, Dumbledore conferred urgently with Ministry officials who had begun to arrive, alerted by magical sensors detecting the enormous power surge. Harry remained on the central platform, gathering his strength. He had achieved what seemed impossible. As an 11-year-old first year, he had expelled both Albus Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort from Hogwarts. But the hardest challenge lay ahead, explaining his actions to the wizarding world and establishing a new order for Hogwarts, one true to the Founder's original vision. As his friends burst into the chamber, faces alight with concern and amazement, Harry managed a tired smile. "It worked," he said simply. "Hogwarts is ours. Ours indeed, heir. And now, the true work begins." Chapter 2, The wards awakened. The Great Hall fell silent as Professor McGonagall stood at the headmaster's podium, her face pale but composed. Dawn light filtered through the high windows, illuminating hundreds of confused students gathered for an emergency assembly. At the staff table, the remaining professors exchanged worried glances, Dumbledore's empty chair a conspicuous reminder of the previous night's events. "Students of Hogwarts," McGonagall began, her Scottish accent more pronounced under stress, "as you are all aware, unusual magical events occurred during last night's Halloween feast." An understatement that drew nervous laughter from several students. The ceiling of the Great Hall continued to shimmer with golden light, occasional ripples of magic pulsing across the enchanted sky like aurora borealis. "I must confirm that Headmaster Dumbledore is temporarily unable to return to the castle. She paused, clearly choosing her words with care. Professor Quirrell has also been removed from the premises. The Board of Governors has been notified and will be arriving shortly to assess the situation. Whispers erupted throughout the hall. At the Gryffindor table, Ron leaned toward Harry. Temporarily unable. That's one way of putting it. Harry nodded slightly, feeling the weight of hundreds of curious glances. He'd expected to be the center of attention after last night, but the reality was still uncomfortable. The castle's presence wrapped around him like an invisible cloak, both reassuring and conspicuous. Until further notice, McGonagall continued, raising her voice over the murmurs, "I will serve as acting headmistress. All classes will proceed as scheduled, with the exception of defense against the dark arts, which will be covered by available staff until a replacement can be arranged." Her eyes swept the hall before settling briefly on Harry. "I must emphasize that spreading rumors or engaging in speculation about these events is unhelpful and potentially harmful. Anyone with relevant information should speak with their head of house immediately." As McGonagall concluded, the golden light in the ceiling intensified momentarily, forming the Hogwarts crest, lion, eagle, badger, and serpent united around a large H. The image held for several heartbeats before dissolving back into magical ripples. "Blimey," whispered Seamus Finnegan, "did you see that?" Everyone had seen it. All eyes turned to Harry, the unspoken question hanging in the air, "Did you do that?" A reminder of unity in fractured times, Hogwarts explained in Harry's mind. The castle speaks when necessary. "Dismissed," McGonagall announced sharply, cutting through the renewed whispers. "Prefects, ensure your houses proceed to their first classes in an orderly fashion." As students rose from their tables, Harry found himself surrounded by his friends, a protective formation they'd planned the previous night in the Heart Chamber. Everyone staring, Harry muttered, hunching his shoulders. "You expelled Dumbledore," Ron replied with a snort. "What did you expect?" "Not to mention you-know-who," Neville added in a low voice, still looking amazed at what they'd accomplished. Hermione tapped her wand against her book bag. "We should proceed according to our schedule. Transfiguration first, then charms." "I'll meet you after charms," Daphne said, her Slytherin mask of cool indifference firmly in place despite the meaningful looks from her housemates. "The usual place." Harry nodded, grateful for their support. As they left the Great Hall, he noticed the suits of armor lining the corridor standing at attention, their helmets turning in unison to track his movement. The portraits whispered excitedly among themselves, several occupants rushing between frames to spread news of his passing. "They acknowledge the heir," Hogwarts explained. "Long have they waited for direction." "The castle seems more awake today," Hermione observed, noticing the animated portraits. "It is," Harry confirmed. The expulsion wards activated something deeper, like flipping a master switch that was left off for centuries. As they climbed the main staircase, the steps rearranged themselves to create a direct path to the Transfiguration classroom. Several students gasped, grabbing railings as stairs shifted more dramatically than usual. "The stairs never move this fast," a Ravenclaw prefect protested. "They do now," Fred Weasley called from behind them, grinning broadly. "All hail the castle's heir." "Fred!" Hermione hissed. "We're trying not to draw attention." "Bit late for that," George replied, gesturing to the gathering crowd watching the stairs reorganize. "Might as well embrace the chaos." Harry sighed, knowing they were right. Subtlety was no longer an option, not with the castle making such visible changes. Better to acknowledge his role openly than seem secretive and potentially threatening. Squaring his shoulders, Harry touched the stone balustrade. A gentle pulse of golden light spread from his fingers, traveling along the railing and up the columns. The staircase stabilized, now forming a grand, direct route to the first-floor corridor. "The stairs will behave normally from now on," Harry announced to the watching students, his voice steadier than he felt. "Hogwarts is just stretching a bit after a long sleep." To his relief, the explanation seemed to satisfy most onlookers, who continued to their classes with only backward glances. A few, however, lingered, including Draco Malfoy, whose calculating expression suggested he was already drafting a letter to his father. "That was well handled," Hermione whispered as they continued to Transfiguration. "The castle helped," Harry admitted. "It's feeding me suggestions, showing me how to explain things without causing panic." "Useful," Ron commented. "Wish I had a 1,000-year-old building giving me advice during exams." Their laughter eased some of the tension as they arrived at Professor McGonagall's classroom. The deputy headmistress, acting headmistress now, was already seated at her desk, watching students file in with an unreadable expression. "She is uncertain," Hogwarts informed Harry. "Loyal to the bearded one yet bound to the school's welfare." When everyone was seated, McGonagall rose and surveyed the class with unusual intensity. "Today we will continue our work on transfiguring inanimate objects. However, before we begin," her gaze fixed on Harry, "I would like to remind everyone that magic, however impressive, carries consequences and responsibilities." The message wasn't subtle. Harry met her eyes steadily, accepting the warning for what it was. Throughout the lesson, Harry felt McGonagall's attention returning to him repeatedly. When he successfully transfigured his matchstick into a silver needle on the first attempt, aided by the castle's guidance, her eyebrows rose fractionally. "Mr. Potter," she said as class ended, "a moment of your time, please." His friends hesitated at the door. "We'll wait outside," Hermione said firmly. McGonagall didn't object, merely waiting until the classroom emptied before speaking again. "Mr. Potter," she began, her voice carefully neutral, "I find myself in an unprecedented situation. My superior has been forcibly removed from the castle, apparently by an entity that has chosen an 11-year-old boy as its representative." "I understand how strange this must seem, Professor," Harry replied. "Strange hardly begins to describe it." She removed her glasses, pinching the bridge of her nose briefly. "The Board of Governors is arriving this afternoon. They will have questions. Many questions. I'll answer honestly. Will you?" McGonagall's eyes sharpened. "Then perhaps you can practice with me. What exactly happened last night, Mr. Potter?" Harry sensed this was a crucial moment. McGonagall was neither enemy nor firmly ally yet, her decades of loyalty to Dumbledore balanced against her duty to Hogwarts and its students. Truth, but measured. She respects directness. "I claimed my birthright as Founder's heir," Harry said simply. "The castle showed me that both Professor Dumbledore and Professor Quirrell were endangering students. Hogwarts empowered me to remove them." "Endangering students?" McGonagall's nostrils flared. "Albus Dumbledore has dedicated his life to protecting magical children. He deliberately brought the Philosopher's Stone to a school full of children," Harry countered, knowing Voldemort would come for it. "He allowed a professor possessed by Voldemort to teach classes for months." McGonagall paled slightly. "That's a serious accusation, Mr. Potter." "It's what Hogwarts showed me, Professor. The castle can't lie to its heir. And we are simply to take your word for this? The word of a first year against one of the greatest wizards of our time?" Harry hesitated, then made a decision. "I can show you, if you'd like. The castle can reveal what it showed me." Interest flickered across McGonagall's face despite her skepticism. "How?" "In the heart of Hogwarts, the chamber where the Founder's magic converges. It can replay memories stored in the stones." For several moments, McGonagall seemed to wage an internal battle between curiosity and caution. Finally, she nodded curtly. "Very well, Mr. Potter. After classes today, you will show me this evidence. Until then, I expect exemplary behavior from you." She replaced her glasses. "Your friends are waiting. You may go." Harry rejoined his friends in the corridor, where they huddled together as he recounted the conversation. "She's giving you a chance," Hermione said thoughtfully. "That's promising." "Or gathering evidence against you," Ron countered. "Either way, we need her," Harry said. Having the deputy headmistress on our side would make everything easier. As they headed to Charms, Harry noticed more changes throughout Hogwarts. Torch brackets that had been empty for centuries now blazed with magical fire. Previously blank walls revealed intricate carvings of magical creatures and historical scenes. A suit of armor stepped aside to reveal a narrow passage as they approached a congested corridor. "Shortcuts appearing, mate?" Ron asked, eyeing the new passage. "A route long forgotten, now remembered," Hogwarts confirmed. "The castle's restoring itself," Harry explained as they entered the passage, which cut diagonally through to the Charms corridor. "Dumbledore suppressed a lot of Hogwarts magic over the years, intentionally or not. Now it's coming back online." "Fascinating," Hermione breathed, trailing her fingers along the wall where faint runes glimmered at her touch. "The magical architecture is self-repairing." They emerged near the Charms classroom just as Professor Flitwick arrived, saving them from being late. Throughout the lesson on the levitation charm, Harry continued to notice small changes in the castle around them, windows that brightened the room more effectively, acoustics that carried Flitwick's squeaky voice perfectly to every corner, even the chairs that subtly adjusted to provide better support. After Charms, as promised, Daphne Greengrass waited for them near the room of requirement. Her usual composure seemed slightly strained, though only someone looking closely would notice the tension in her shoulders. "We have a problem," she said without preamble as they entered the room, which had configured itself as their usual meeting space with comfortable seating and a large planning table. "The Board of Governors is divided. Malfoy's father is rallying support to take direct control of Hogwarts, citing extraordinary circumstances requiring extraordinary oversight." "That can't happen," Hermione protested. "The school charter specifically prohibits ministry or board interference with day-to-day operations. Which is why they're using Dumbledore's expulsion as justification to declare an emergency." Daphne placed a letter on the table. "My father warned me this morning. Lucius Malfoy has been waiting for an opportunity like this for years." Harry read the letter quickly. Lord Greengrass outlined the political maneuvering already underway, emergency sessions of the Wisengamot being called, board members receiving pressure from various factions, and most concerning, rumors that Harry would be removed from Hogwarts for his own protection. "The Serpent Lord moves as expected," Hogwarts commented. "Self-interest disguised as concern." "They can't remove me," Harry said with more confidence than he felt. "Not without my magical guardian's consent." "Who is your magical guardian, Potter?" Daphne asked. "Because until yesterday, it was Dumbledore." The revelation hit Harry like ice water. "What?" Hermione nodded grimly. "I discovered it in the Ministry Records section of the library. As Chief Warlock, Dumbledore assigned himself as your magical guardian after your parents died. It's how he placed you with the Dursleys without challenge." "Another manipulation," Harry muttered, anger flaring. "But if he's expelled from Hogwarts, it doesn't automatically revoke his guardianship," Hermione interrupted. "That would require separate legal action." "So legally, he could still control where I go?" Harry's fists clenched. "Potentially," Daphne confirmed. "Though my father suggests the castle's recognition of you as heir might complicate matters. There are ancient magical precedents that could supersede modern guardianship laws. Which is why I need to show McGonagall what Hogwarts revealed to me," Harry decided. "If she believes me, if she sees the truth about Dumbledore's manipulations, she might support us against the board." "And if she doesn't?" Ron asked. "Then we move to Plan B," Harry said grimly. "Full activation of Hogwarts' defensive wards." The implications hung in the air. Completely activated, Hogwarts' legendary defenses could potentially seal the castle against all outside interference, a measure not taken since the Goblin Rebellion centuries ago. "That would be seen as an act of secession," Daphne warned. "The Ministry would respond with force." "Let them try," Harry replied, feeling Hogwarts' fierce approval. "This castle has withstood darker threats than politicians." "Before we resort to siege warfare," Hermione interjected practically, let's try diplomacy. McGonagall first, then we assess our options. The others nodded agreement. As their free period ended, they separated to attend afternoon classes, agreeing to reconvene after Harry's meeting with McGonagall. Throughout the day, Harry continued to observe Hogwarts awakening around him. In herbology, the greenhouse plants seemed more vibrant, responding eagerly to Neville's touch in particular. During a brief visit to the library, ancient tomes long sealed against student access practically leapt from the shelves when Harry expressed interest in their contents. Most dramatically, during the walk back from herbology, a section of the outer wall shimmered and revealed an ornate fountain courtyard that none of them had ever seen before. What in Merlin's name? Ron gaped as water began flowing from stone gargoyle mouths into a magnificent basin. The Founder's Contemplation Garden, Hogwarts supplied. Sealed after the Grindelwald conflicts for protection of the eastern wards. It's beautiful, Hermione whispered, watching colorful magical fish appear in the fountain's basin. Students from all houses gathered to marvel at the newly revealed space, momentarily united in wonder. Harry noted with satisfaction that house rivalries seemed temporarily forgotten as Slytherin stood alongside Gryffindors, Ravenclaws explained architectural details to interested Hufflepuffs, and everyone collectively experienced the magic of discovery. This is what Hogwarts should be, the castle whispered approvingly. United in learning, not divided by colors. As evening approached, Harry prepared for his meeting with McGonagall. His friends offered encouragement, though Hermione couldn't resist adding last-minute advice. Remember to emphasize student safety above all else, she instructed. That's what will resonate most with her. And don't push too hard about Dumbledore, Ron added. She's been loyal to him forever. Just show her what the castle showed you, Neville said quietly. Truth is more persuasive than arguments. Harry nodded gratefully, then made his way to McGonagall's office, where they'd agreed to meet before proceeding to the Heart Chamber. The deputy headmistress, looking exhausted after a day of managing the crisis, greeted him with a curt nod. Mr. Potter. I trust you're prepared to provide the promised evidence. Yes, Professor. If you'll follow me. Harry led McGonagall through the castle, which helpfully cleared their path by sealing side corridors to prevent interruptions and illuminating their route with softly glowing stones. McGonagall's eyebrows rose higher with each obvious manipulation of the castle's architecture. The staircases never moved like this for Albus, she remarked as a spiral staircase formed before them, creating a direct path downward. Hogwarts was restrained under Professor Dumbledore, Harry replied carefully. Not entirely by his choice. Some limitations were placed by previous headmasters, others by the ministry over centuries. And now those limitations are gone. Being restored to their original state, Harry corrected. The founders never intended Hogwarts to be just stone and mortar. The castle was designed to be almost alive, responding to students' needs, protecting them from harm, adapting to serve each generation. They reached the final corridor leading to the Heart Chamber. Unlike Harry's previous visits, the passage now revealed itself as a grand hallway with enormous statues of the four founders flanking the entrance. McGonagall halted, visibly stunned. This passage never existed before. It always existed, Professor. It was just hidden. The massive doors swung open at their approach, revealing the circular chamber with its four cardinal statues and central platform. The runes carved into the floor glowed softly, pulsing like a heartbeat. Sweet Merlin, McGonagall whispered, academic curiosity temporarily overcoming her professional reserve. The theoretical heart of Hogwarts ward matrix. I never thought it actually existed. Few have seen it, Harry acknowledged, stepping onto the central platform. Only the founders, their chosen successors, and now us. McGonagall approached cautiously, her wand half raised. What exactly will you show me, Mr. Potter? Memories preserved in the stones. Harry extended his hand. If you'll join me on the platform. After a moment's hesitation, McGonagall stepped forward. The moment both stood on the central dais, the chamber's magic intensified. The four statues' eyes glowed with their house colors, and the runes brightened to illuminate the entire space. "Show the cat-hearted one what she needs to see," Harry requested silently. The walls of the chamber transformed into viewing screens, much as they had during the expulsion ritual. Images formed, crisp, detailed memories pulled from the castle's consciousness. First came Dumbledore and a turbaned Quirrell, speaking in the headmaster's office months before Harry's arrival. "The bait is set then," Dumbledore said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "When Voldemort makes his attempt on the stone, we shall be ready." "Why yes, headmaster," Quirrell stuttered. "But what of the students? If he should, precautions will be taken, Quirinus. Trust that I have considered every possibility." The image shifted to Dumbledore alone in his office, speaking to Fawkes. "The boy must be tested, old friend. If Tom has indeed created Horcruxes as I suspect, Harry's connection to him will be crucial in locating them. The stone presents an opportunity to confirm my theories while controlling the battlefield." Another shift, Dumbledore placing monitoring instruments in a cupboard, each linked to Harry at Privet Drive. "Blood wards function best when reinforced by shared dwelling," Dumbledore murmured, adjusting a silver device. "A shame the environment must be austere. But hardship builds character, and Harry must learn that sacrifice is sometimes necessary." More scenes played out, Dumbledore discussing the greater good with Snape, casting subtle compulsion charms on the Dursleys to enhance their worst tendencies toward Harry, planning a gauntlet of tests around the stone specifically calibrated to Harry's abilities. McGonagall's face grew increasingly pale as the evidence mounted. When the final memory faded, showing Dumbledore inspecting Quirrell's turban with knowing eyes yet doing nothing, she stepped back, visibly shaken. "This cannot be accurate," she whispered. "Albus would never." "Hogwarts cannot show false memories," Harry said gently. "The stones record what happens within them without bias or interpretation. But to deliberately endanger children," McGonagall's voice caught. "To use you as bait for you-know-who, he believed the prophecy required it," Harry explained, repeating what the castle had shown him. "He saw my suffering as necessary preparation for an eventual confrontation with Voldemort." McGonagall's lips thinned to a white line, her Scottish temper clearly rising. "Prophecy or not, there are lines one does not cross." Using children as pawns, she broke off, struggling to reconcile decades of trust with the evidence before her. "Professor," Harry said quietly, "I didn't show you this to destroy your faith in Dumbledore. He's still a great wizard who's fought against dark forces for decades. But in this case, his methods crossed into dangerous territory. The castle couldn't allow it to continue." The measured response, more mature than most first years could manage, seemed to reach McGonagall. She studied Harry with new eyes. "The castle speaks to you directly? Guides your actions?" Harry nodded. "It's more than guidance, it's like having access to the collective wisdom of 1,000 years. Hogwarts wants what the founders wanted, a safe place for magical children to learn and grow, protected from outside threats. And it saw Albus as a threat?" The question held lingering disbelief. Not Dumbledore himself, but his methods in this specific case. Bringing the stone here, allowing Quirrell to remain despite knowing about Voldemort's possession, those decisions placed every student at risk. McGonagall fell silent, processing everything she'd witnessed. Finally, she squared her shoulders in decision. "What do you require of me, Mr. Potter?" "Support with the Board of Governors," Harry answered promptly. "They're meeting now to decide Hogwarts' future. Some members, particularly Lucius Malfoy, want to take direct control." "That cannot happen," McGonagall stated firmly. "The school charter explicitly prohibits such interference." "Exactly. If you could explain that I acted solely to protect students, that the castle itself initiated these changes, I will speak on your behalf," McGonagall interrupted, her decision made. "Not because I fully understand or approve of everything that has occurred, but because I have sworn to protect Hogwarts and its students, all of them." She fixed Harry with a stern look. "However, Mr. Potter, I expect complete transparency moving forward. No more secrets about the castle's activities or capabilities. Agreed, Professor, Harry said, relief evident in his voice. I'll tell you everything Hogwarts shares with me. As they left the Heart Chamber, McGonagall paused to look back at the glowing runes, her academic curiosity resurfacing. The magical theory implications alone are staggering, she murmured. A sentient building capable of independent judgment, memory storage, and direct intervention. Hogwarts has always been more than just a school, Harry replied, feeling the castle's pleased agreement. It's the cornerstone of magical Britain's future, the place where each generation learns what magic can and should be. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. Your mother would say something very similar, Mr. Potter. She always believed Hogwarts had a special magic beyond simple enchantments. The mention of his mother sent a warm pulse through Harry. Could you tell me about her sometime, Professor? And my father? I know almost nothing about them. I would be happy to, McGonagall said, genuine warmth breaking through her professional demeanor. They were among my favorite students, though don't tell the Weasley twins I admitted having favorites. Their return journey was interrupted by a breathless Hermione, who found them near the third-floor corridor. Professor. Harry. You need to come quickly, Dumbledore's at the gates with ministry officials. They're demanding entry. McGonagall's moment of softness vanished, replaced by determination. I'll handle this. Mr. Potter, return to your dormitory immediately. With respect, Professor, Harry countered, I need to be there. The wards respond to me now. After a moment's consideration, McGonagall nodded curtly. Very well. But you will stay behind me and speak only when addressed directly. Is that clear? Yes, Professor. They hurried toward the entrance hall, where students had gathered despite staff attempts to maintain order. Through the massive oak doors, now standing open, Harry could see a delegation at the gates, Dumbledore in purple robes, flanked by several official-looking wizards in ministry uniforms. The bearded one tests the boundaries, Hogwarts observed. With him stands the lime hat and the scarred one. Harry recognized the descriptions, Minister Fudge and Alastair Moody, the famous Auror. Clear a path, McGonagall ordered sharply, cutting through the crowd of students. Return to your common rooms immediately. Few listened, though they did part to allow McGonagall and Harry through. As they approached the gates, Harry could feel the castle's wards humming around them, vigilant and protective. Dumbledore stood calmly at the boundary, his blue eyes immediately finding Harry despite the gathering dusk. The familiar twinkle was absent, replaced by an intensity that Harry found unsettling. Minerva, Dumbledore greeted pleasantly. I see you've brought young Harry with you. Albus. McGonagall's tone was professionally neutral. The Board of Governors is currently in session regarding recent events. Until they reach a decision, I must ask you to remain outside the grounds. The board has no authority in this matter, interrupted a portly man in a lime-green bowler hat, Minister Fudge. This is clearly a case of magical interference with a ministry-appointed position. Aurors, prepare to examine and potentially dismantle these unauthorized wards. Two red-robed Aurors stepped forward, drawing wands. Before they could cast a single diagnostic spell, the castle's response was immediate and dramatic. The wrought iron gates twisted and grew, ornate metalwork extending upward and outward to form an impenetrable barrier twice its original size. Stone gargoyles on nearby pillars animated, turning to face the visitors with glowing eyes and bared teeth. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Harry said quietly, feeling Hogwarts magic surge through him. The castle doesn't appreciate threats. Fudge sputtered indignantly. See here. This is exactly the problem, an ancient magical artifact clearly influencing a child to defy lawful authority. On the contrary, Minister, McGonagall interjected, Mr. Potter is acting with full knowledge and consent. As Deputy Headmistress, I can attest that his actions last night were in direct response to a genuine threat to student safety. What threat could possibly justify expelling Albus Dumbledore? Fudge demanded. Perhaps we should discuss this privately, Dumbledore suggested smoothly. Away from curious ears. His gaze swept over the gathering crowd of students. Anything you wish to say can be said here, Harry replied, surprised by his own boldness. Hogwarts has no secrets from its students anymore. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, concern, perhaps, or calculation. Harry, my boy, I understand you believe you're acting in everyone's best interest. But there are matters beyond your understanding, delicate situations that require careful handling. Like bringing the Philosopher's Stone to a school as bait for Voldemort? Harry asked pointedly. Gasps erupted from students and officials alike at the casual mention of the dreaded name and the shocking accusation. Preposterous. Fudge spluttered. You know who is gone. Is he, Minister? Harry countered. Then who was possessing Professor Quirrell? Who was attempting to steal the stone last night when Hogwarts expelled him? Dumbledore's expression remained serene, though his eyes had hardened. Harry, these are serious allegations based on impressions from an entity whose motivations we cannot fully understand. Hogwarts showed me the truth, Professor. It showed Professor McGonagall too. Harry turned to the deputy headmistress. Tell them what you saw. All eyes turned to McGonagall, whose internal struggle was briefly visible before she straightened to her full height. I have witnessed evidence suggesting that Albus knowingly allowed a security risk within the school, she said carefully. While his intentions may have been noble, the methods placed students in potential danger. Minerva, Dumbledore said softly, disappointment evident. I had thought you of all people would understand the necessity of certain risks. Not with children's lives, Albus, McGonagall replied firmly. Never with children's lives. The scarred Auror, Moody, had remained silent until now, his magical eye swiveling independently to examine the wards, the castle, and Harry himself. Interesting, he growled suddenly. The boy's not lying, at least he believes what he's saying. And these wards? His magical eye focused on the invisible boundary lines. Haven't seen Hogwarts' full defenses activated since the war. Impressive work, lad. Thank you, sir, Harry replied, startled by the unexpected support. Not a compliment, Moody barked. Just fact. Question is, what's your endgame here? Castle kicks out Dumbledore, then what? You planning to run Hogwarts yourself at 11? Of course not, Harry said. Professor McGonagall will continue as acting headmistress until the board approves a suitable replacement. All I want is for Hogwarts to be safe, no more hidden dangers, no more using students as pieces in a larger game. Moody's scarred face twisted into what might have been a smile. Noble sentiment. Naive, but noble. This is absurd, Fudge declared. We cannot have a sentient building making administrative decisions. Dumbledore must be reinstated immediately. I'm afraid that's impossible at present, Minister, McGonagall replied. The castle's expulsion cannot be overridden except by the heir, a status which, remarkable as it seems, has been conferred upon Mr. Potter. Then the boy must reverse it. Fudge insisted. All eyes turned to Harry, who felt Hogwarts' firm response before he even considered the question. I can't, Harry said simply. Not while the conditions that led to the expulsion remain unchanged. And what conditions might those be? Dumbledore inquired, his voice gentle despite the tension. Harry met his former headmaster's gaze directly. The stone must leave Hogwarts. The truth about Voldemort's continued existence must be acknowledged and prepared for openly, not through secret schemes. And most importantly, the safety of students must come before any greater plan, no matter how important that plan might seem. For a long moment, Dumbledore studied Harry, genuine surprise flickering across his aged features. Finally, he nodded slowly. The stone can be returned to Nicholas, he conceded. As for the other matters, perhaps we might find common ground through further discussion. Not tonight, McGonagall interjected firmly. The Board of Governors must complete their deliberations, and students require rest after yesterday's events. Of course, Minerva. Dumbledore inclined his head respectfully. Minister, I believe we should adjourn to the Three Broomsticks to consider our options. Forceful entry clearly isn't feasible against Hogwarts' awakened defenses. Fudge looked ready to protest but wilted under Moody's scowl. Very well. But this isn't over. The Ministry cannot allow a magical building to dictate educational policy. As the delegation retreated toward Hogsmeade, murmurs broke out among the watching students. Harry felt simultaneously exhausted and exhilarated. He'd stood his ground against the Minister of Magic and Albus Dumbledore himself, with the castle's power flowing through him. Well done, heir, Hogwarts approved. The first test is passed, but others will follow. Potter, a cool voice interrupted his thoughts. Daphne Greengrass approached, maintaining her public Slytherin persona despite their private alliance. A word? Harry nodded, following her a short distance away from the crowd. Once relatively private, her mask slipped slightly. The board meeting isn't going well, she murmured. Malfoy's faction is gaining support. They're voting within the hour on whether to place Hogwarts under direct board control. They can't do that, Harry protested. The charter is being reinterpreted due to unprecedented circumstances, Daphne cut in. My father is arguing against it, but he's outnumbered. Harry felt Hogwarts' concern mirroring his own. If they vote to take control, what happens? They'll appoint a new headmaster, likely someone firmly under Malfoy's influence. Then they'll demand access to study the castle's anomalous behavior. Daphne's expression darkened. Eventually, they'll try to sever your connection to Hogwarts. They can't, Harry said with certainty. The bond is too deep now. They'll try anyway, Daphne insisted. And they'll use Ministry resources to do it. We need to act before the vote concludes. Harry considered their options. McGonagall won't openly defy the board. No, Daphne agreed. We need something more dramatic, something that clearly establishes your authority as heir. The claiming ritual, Hogwarts suggested. Unfinished business from 1,000 years ago. What ritual? Harry asked aloud, drawing a curious look from Daphne. When the founders departed, they left a final ceremony uncompleted, a formal recognition of their true heir that would bind castle and chosen successor irrevocably. Salazar's departure interrupted the preparation. The castle is suggesting a ritual, Harry explained to Daphne. Something the founders left unfinished that would formalize my position as heir. Daphne's eyes widened. A magical inheritance ritual? Those are incredibly powerful, they supersede modern law because they're bound in fundamental magic. Exactly what we need, Harry realized. If I complete this ritual before the board votes, they'd have no legal grounds to interfere. Where? When? Daphne asked, practical as always. The Great Hall. The midnight hour. The 4 elements present. Harry relayed this information, adding, we'll need representatives from all 4 houses. People we trust. I'll inform the others, Daphne agreed. Meet in our usual place at 11 to prepare. As she slipped away, McGonagall approached. Mr. Potter, while I appreciate your assistance this evening, it's past curfew for first years. Please return to your dormitory. Actually, Professor, Harry replied carefully, there's something important I need to discuss with you. Something about Hogwarts tradition and the Board of Governors. McGonagall's shrewd eyes assessed him. Very well. My office, 10 minutes. An hour later, Harry left McGonagall's office with tentative support for their plan. The deputy headmistress remained cautious about defying the board directly but agreed that ancient magical traditions held precedence in matters concerning Hogwarts governance. She would ensure staff understood that the midnight gathering in the Great Hall was a legitimate magical ceremony, not student mischief. The remainder of the evening passed in careful preparation. Harry returned to the Heart Chamber, where Hogwarts revealed details of the claiming ritual, the words to be spoken, the positions of participants, the magical elements required. When he rejoined his friends in the room of requirement at 11, everything was ready. The ritual requires 4 elemental anchors, Harry explained to the gathered group: Hermione, Ron, and Neville from Gryffindor, Daphne and surprisingly, Blaise Zabini from Slytherin, Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff, and Padma Patil with Terry Boot from Ravenclaw. Each house represents an element, Hermione elaborated, having quickly grasped the magical theory. Gryffindor is fire, Hufflepuff is earth, Ravenclaw is air, and Slytherin is water. We need one person from each house to channel their element during the ritual. I'll represent Gryffindor, Ron volunteered immediately. Hufflepuff needs someone connected to growing things, Harry added. The castle suggested Neville, despite his house placement. Neville blushed but straightened with unexpected confidence. I can do it. Ravenclaw needs the clearest mind, Harry continued. Hermione, that's you. She nodded, already mentally reviewing the ritual components. And Slytherin requires someone with ancient blood ties, Harry concluded, turning to Daphne. Your family's connection to the original ward layers makes you ideal. I'm honored, she replied with genuine feeling, her public mask completely absent among trusted allies. The others would form a supporting circle, reinforcing the elemental anchors with their presence and intent. As midnight approached, they moved quietly through the castle toward the Great Hall, where McGonagall waited with Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout. Noticeably absent was Professor Snape, whose conflicted loyalties made him unpredictable. Mr. Potter, McGonagall acknowledged tensely. Professor Flitwick has confirmed that your proposed ritual has valid historical precedent. However, I must emphasize that the board is still deliberating, Harry completed. Which is why we must act now, while Hogwarts remains legally independent. The Great Hall had transformed itself in preparation. The house tables had vanished, replaced by an enormous circular pattern inlaid in the floor, a quarter design showing each house's symbol with the Hogwarts H at its center. The enchanted ceiling displayed not the night sky but a swirling vortex of magical energy, golden light spiraling downward to illuminate the ritual space. Positions, everyone, Hermione directed, guiding each person to their place within the circle. Harry stood at the center, directly beneath the vortex of light. Ron, Neville, Hermione, and Daphne took positions at the 4 cardinal points, each standing upon their house symbol. The supporting students formed an outer circle, while the 3 professors watched from near the doors, ready to intervene if necessary. As the castle clock began striking midnight, Harry felt Hogwarts' magic surge around him. Golden light flowed up through the floor, illuminating the ritual circle and connecting each participant with threads of magical energy. Begin, heir. Claim what has awaited 1,000 years. Harry raised his wand skyward and spoke in a clear voice that carried throughout the hall. I, Harry James Potter, stand within the heart of Hogwarts to claim the mantle of Founder's heir. I call upon the 4 elements and 4 houses to witness and affirm. The golden light intensified, and the 4 elemental anchors began to glow with their respective energies, Ron surrounded by flickering flames that didn't burn, Neville standing amid swirling vines and flowers that sprouted from solid stone, Hermione enveloped in a miniature whirlwind, and Daphne encircled by a flowing stream of water that defied gravity. By fire's courage, Harry continued, extending his hand toward Ron. We witness and affirm, Ron replied, his voice stronger than Harry had ever heard it. A tendril of fire leapt from his position to Harry's wand. By Earth's loyalty, Harry said, turning to Neville. We witness and affirm, Neville stated without a hint of his usual nervousness. Vines extended from his feet to wrap gently around Harry's ankles, connecting him to the ground. By heir's wisdom, Harry continued, facing Hermione. We witness and affirm, she answered, her bushy hair floating in her personal whirlwind. A breeze carried from her position to circle Harry, lifting his robes slightly. By water's ambition, Harry said finally, turning to Daphne. We witness and affirm, she responded, regal and composed even surrounded by impossible water. A stream flowed through the air to spiral around Harry's wand arm. With all four elements connected to him, Harry felt power building to an almost unbearable level. The golden vortex above descended further, now almost touching the top of his head. As the elements come together, so do the houses unite, Harry proclaimed. I claim guardianship of Hogwarts not to rule but to serve, to protect her students, preserve her knowledge, and uphold the true vision of the Founders Four. The magic peaked, lifting Harry several inches off the ground. The four elemental connections brightened almost painfully, then flowed inward, merging within his chest in a burst of multicolored light. By magic ancient and renewed, I am recognized as heir to Gryffindor's courage, Hufflepuff's loyalty, Ravenclaw's wisdom, and Slytherin's ambition. So witnessed, so affirmed, so bound for as long as Hogwarts stands. The golden vortex collapsed inward, engulfing Harry completely for one breathtaking moment. When it receded, he stood transformed, not physically, but magically. His robes had changed to a deep, rich black trimmed with the colors of all four houses in a seamless blend. A small crest appeared over his heart, the Hogwarts H surrounded by the four house symbols. Throughout the castle, magic rippled outward in a visible wave. Dormitories awoke with soft light as sleeping students stirred, sensing the change. Portraits throughout the corridors bowed deeply. Outside on the grounds, the very earth seemed to shift as ancient ward lines flared to life, briefly visible as golden traceries across the landscape before settling back into invisibility. In the Great Hall, the four elemental manifestations gradually faded, leaving the participants breathless but exhilarated. The ritual circle remained illuminated in the floor, now a permanent feature of the hall. It is done, Harry said softly, feeling Hogwarts magic fully integrated with his own. The connection that had been growing since his arrival was now complete, castle and heir bound in partnership. At last, Hogwarts whispered, its voice clearer than ever before. After 1,000 years, the circle is complete. Professor McGonagall approached, her expression a mixture of awe and concern. Mr. Potter, what exactly have you done? Before Harry could answer, the main doors burst open. Lucius Malfoy strode in, flanked by several board members and ministry officials. His triumphant expression faltered as he took in the scene, the glowing ritual circle, Harry's transformed appearance, and the palpable magic still saturating the air. What is the meaning of this? Malfoy demanded, recovering quickly. The board has voted to assume direct control of Hogwarts effective immediately. All unauthorized magical rituals are hereby terminated. You're too late, Mr. Malfoy, Harry replied calmly. The Founder's heir has been recognized by Hogwarts herself. By the original charter's provisions, that supersedes any board decision. Preposterous, Malfoy scoffed. A children's game with pretty lights changes nothing. The board's authority is secondary to founder-level magic, Professor Flitwick interrupted, stepping forward with unexpected authority. As a charms master with 3 masteries in magical theory, I formally testify that I have witnessed a legitimate inheritance ritual of preministry origin. Its magical validity cannot be disputed. Indeed, Professor Sprout added, joining him. The elemental manifestations confirm authenticity beyond any reasonable doubt. Malfoy's face darkened with fury. Minister Fudge will hear of this interference. Aurors will be dispatched by morning. They will be welcomed as guests, Harry said, drawing himself up with newfound confidence, provided they respect Hogwarts' sovereignty. The castle remains an educational institution, not a ministry department. This isn't over, Potter, Malfoy hissed, turning on his heel. The other board members followed, some looking confused or concerned rather than angry. As the doors closed behind them, Harry felt a wave of exhaustion hit him. The ritual had demanded more magical energy than he'd anticipated. Daphne appeared at his side, offering discreet support. You need rest, she murmured. The magical drain from that ritual would challenge adult wizards. Indeed, McGonagall agreed, approaching them. Mr. Potter, while I cannot pretend to fully understand what has transpired tonight, I recognize legitimate magic when I see it. She glanced at the still glowing ritual circle. The board will not accept defeat easily, however. We must prepare for their response. Tomorrow, Harry nodded tiredly. For now, everyone needs sleep. As the gathering dispersed, Harry felt Hogwarts' satisfied presence enveloping him. The ritual had accomplished more than formalizing his status, it had awakened the castle's deepest magic, magic that had slumbered for centuries. Rest, heir. Tomorrow brings new challenges. With Daphne's help, Harry made his way toward his private quarters. As they walked, he noticed her studying him with unusual openness. "What?" he asked. "You've changed," she observed. "Not just the robes or the crest. Your magic feels older. More settled." Harry nodded, feeling it himself, a maturity beyond his years settling into his magical core, the castle's ancient wisdom integrating with his own developing power. "The ritual connected me to all four founders," he explained. "Their knowledge, their experience, it's becoming part of me. That's..." Daphne hesitated, choosing her words carefully, both impressive and concerning. "Will you remain yourself?" The question touched on fears Harry hadn't fully acknowledged. "The castle says yes. The founder's essence guides but doesn't override. I'm still me, just with better advisors." They reached the entrance to his quarters, where the stone wall parted automatically. Before entering, Harry turned to Daphne. "Thank you," he said simply. "For believing in this. For helping." Her usual mask of Slytherin composure had entirely fallen away, revealing a genuine smile that transformed her features. "I believed in the vision you described," she admitted. "A Hogwarts true to the founder's intentions, united houses, knowledge freely shared, safety for all magical children. It's..." She looked away briefly, "It's something my family has wished for generations." On impulse, Harry took her hand and squeezed it gently. "We'll make it happen." Their eyes met, a moment of connection deeper than their brief acquaintance should have allowed. Then Daphne composed herself, though her smile remained. "Rest, Potter. Tomorrow we face politicians and bureaucrats, a different kind of battle entirely." As she departed, Harry entered his quarters, which had transformed to match his new status. The room had expanded, now featuring 4 distinct areas reflecting each house's aesthetic while remaining harmoniously integrated. Books lined shelves along one wall, many with titles Harry knew would be found nowhere else in the castle. A work table stood prepared for practical magic, while comfortable seating invited conversation with friends. "A reflection of the unity we seek," Hogwarts explained. 4 aspects, one whole. Harry sank into a chair, physically exhausted but mentally exhilarated. In just over 24 hours, he had expelled Dumbledore and Voldemort, faced down the Minister of Magic, completed an ancient ritual, and fundamentally changed his relationship with Hogwarts itself. "What happens next?" he asked aloud. "Consolidation. Preparation. The fractured one will return in time. The bearded one will seek new approaches. The Ministry will demand explanations. And Hogwarts? What does the castle need? Restoration. Many systems remain dormant. Many secrets await rediscovery." Harry nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders, not crushing him, but grounding him. For the first time in his life, he had a clear purpose: to protect and restore Hogwarts, to unite its houses, to create the safe haven for magical children that the founders had originally envisioned. Sleep came quickly, deeper and more restful than any he'd experienced before. Throughout the night, the castle's magic worked subtly within him, strengthening their bond and preparing both heir and Hogwarts for the challenges ahead. Dawn broke with unusual brilliance over Hogwarts. Students woke to find the castle significantly transformed, corridors wider and better lit, dormitories more comfortable, common rooms expanded with new features tailored to each house's character. In the Gryffindor common room, a weapons practice area had appeared, complete with animated training dummies. Ravenclaw Tower discovered an expanded library annex with previously restricted texts now available for study. Hufflepuff's basement revealed a new greenhouse extension connected directly to their common room, while Slytherin's dungeon gained a strategic planning chamber with magical maps and models. Most dramatically, the Great Hall had permanently changed. The house tables remained, but they now formed a semicircular arrangement rather than parallel lines, allowing students to see one another during meals. The staff table had transformed into a round table, eliminating hierarchical seating and symbolically placing all professors on equal footing. Harry arrived for breakfast to find the hall buzzing with excitement and confusion. Students pointed at new architectural features, exclaimed over the rearranged seating, and whispered about the glowing ritual circle still visible in the floor. As Harry entered, all eyes turned to him. His transformed robes with their four-house trim and the Hogwarts crest over his heart made his new status unmistakable. For a moment, silence fell across the hall. Then Fred and George Weasley stood from the Gryffindor table and bowed dramatically. "All hail the castle's heir," they proclaimed in unison. Nervous laughter broke the tension. Harry shook his head with a smile and made his way to the center of the hall, where a small round table had appeared, neutral territory between the houses. "You seem to have acquired your own table," Hermione observed, joining him with Ron and Neville close behind. "Not just mine," Harry corrected. "It's for interhouse seating. Anyone can join." Within minutes, their core group had assembled, Daphne and Blaise from Slytherin, Susan and Hannah from Hufflepuff, Padma and Terry from Ravenclaw, joining the Gryffindors already present. As they ate, other curious students approached, asking questions about the castle's changes. "Did you do all this, Potter?" a third-year Hufflepuff asked, gesturing around the hall. "Hogwarts did," Harry replied. "I just helped remove some limitations that had been placed on the castle over centuries. My dormitory moved closer to the astronomy tower," a Ravenclaw girl mentioned. "It used to be a 15-minute walk, now it's just around the corner." "The castle is optimizing itself," Hermione explained eagerly. "Reorganizing its internal structure for improved functionality." At the staff table, now round table, professors watched with varying expressions. McGonagall appeared resigned but alert, occasionally conferring with Flitwick, who seemed academically fascinated by the changes. Snape sat stiffly, his dark eyes rarely leaving Harry. Most other professors displayed a mixture of wonder and concern. Halfway through breakfast, McGonagall approached Harry's table. "Mr. Potter, the Ministry delegation has arrived. They're waiting in the entrance hall." Harry nodded, having expected this. "Thank you, Professor. I'll meet them shortly." He turned to his friends. "This may take a while. Can you gather information about all the changes throughout the castle? We should document everything." "Already started," Hermione confirmed, producing a notebook filled with observations. "I'll coordinate reports from each house." Harry rose, feeling Hogwarts' supportive presence as he prepared to face the Ministry. Daphne stood as well. "I'm coming with you," she stated rather than asked. "My father taught me enough about Ministry politics to be useful." "I appreciate that," Harry said sincerely. Together, they followed McGonagall to the entrance hall, where a formidable delegation awaited. Minister Fudge stood at the center, flanked by Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Bartemius Crouch from International Magical Cooperation, and several Aurors including Moody. Dumbledore was noticeably absent. "Minister," Harry greeted politely. "Welcome to Hogwarts." "Mr. Potter," Fudge replied stiffly. "We are here to investigate serious breaches of magical regulation and unauthorized alterations to a historical landmark." "Of course," Harry nodded. "Though I should clarify that Hogwarts has sovereign status under the original charter signed by the Ministry's predecessors. The castle's self-modification falls within its historical rights." Fudge sputtered, but Amelia Bones stepped forward with a more measured approach. "Mr. Potter, while historical precedents exist, they have not been invoked for centuries. The Ministry has concerns about magical stability and student safety." "Understandable concerns," Harry acknowledged. Professor McGonagall has been monitoring all changes to ensure they pose no danger. Perhaps a tour would help alleviate your worries. Bones exchanged glances with Crouch, who gave a curt nod. A tour would be appropriate. With multiple ministry representatives present. Of course, Harry agreed. Hogwarts welcomes inspection. The castle has nothing to hide, not anymore. The slight emphasis on anymore wasn't lost on the sharper officials. Moody's magical eye swiveled to focus on Harry, his scarred face twisting into what might have been approval. As the delegation toured the transformed castle, the officials' reactions ranged from amazement to alarm. Fudge became increasingly agitated as he witnessed the extent of the changes and the castle's obvious response to Harry's presence, doors opening automatically, staircases rearranging for convenient passage, even the stonework itself seeming to brighten as they passed. This level of magical sentience is unprecedented, Crouch remarked as they observed a corridor healing cracks in its ceiling. The regulatory implications alone. Not unprecedented, Daphne corrected politely. Historical records from the Founders' era describe similar manifestations. Hogwarts was designed to be adaptive and semi-sentient from the beginning. And who might you be, young lady? Bones inquired. Daphne Greengrass, Madam Bones. My family has maintained historical records of Hogwarts' original construction and warding. Recognition flickered in Bones' eyes. Cygnus Greengrass's daughter. I see. The tour culminated in a visit to the newly revealed Founders' Contemplation Garden, where the delegation paused to admire the beautiful space that had been hidden for decades. As ministry officials examined the intricate fountain, Harry felt Hogwarts nudge his awareness toward a concealed alcove. The bearded one approaches unseen. Decisive action required. Sure enough, Harry's enhanced senses detected a subtle magical disturbance, someone under a disillusionment charm observing from the garden's edge. Without drawing attention, he focused on Hogwarts wards, mentally requesting confirmation of the intruder's identity. The castle's response came immediately. Albus Dumbledore had somehow slipped onto the grounds despite his expulsion. The ward breach was minor, likely through a forgotten passage not yet reintegrated into the castle's awareness, but still concerning. Harry caught Daphne's eye and subtly motioned toward the disturbance. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she understood. With practiced casualness, she engaged Madame Bones in conversation about ward theory, positioning them to block the minister's view of the alcove. Taking advantage of the distraction, Harry concentrated on the castle's defensive wards, requesting not expulsion but revelation. A pulse of golden light spread outward from his feet, washing across the garden like a gentle wave. As it passed over the alcove, Dumbledore's disillusionment charm dissolved, revealing the former headmaster observing them calmly. Albus! Fudge exclaimed, nearly dropping his bowler hat in surprise. How did you? Good morning, Cornelius, Dumbledore replied pleasantly, as though his presence was entirely expected. I was just admiring the remarkable restoration work. This garden hasn't been seen since Grindelwald's forces attempted to breach the eastern boundaries. Moody's wand appeared in his hand instantly. You're violating the expulsion order, Albus. Am I? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I was under the impression that educational consultation didn't constitute a security threat. I am still Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump, after all. Harry stepped forward, feeling Hogwarts' magic surge in response to the challenge. The expulsion was clear, Professor. You're not welcome on the grounds until certain conditions are met. Ah, Harry. Dumbledore turned his attention fully to the boy. I hoped we might discuss those conditions. There are matters you don't yet understand, dangers that require preparation. If you're referring to Voldemort's continued existence, Harry replied evenly, Hogwarts has already shown me. Unlike your approach, however, we won't endanger students to set a trap. Dumbledore's smile faded slightly. The castle shows you what it wishes you to see, Harry. Its perspective is limited by its nature. Stones cannot comprehend the complexities of human conflict or prophecy. Yet stones remember accurately, Harry countered. They record without bias or agenda. Their exchange was interrupted by a rumbling beneath their feet. The garden's flagstones rippled outward from where Dumbledore stood, and the fountain water rose in a spiraling column, responding to Hogwarts' displeasure. "I believe the castle's position is clear," McGonagall stated firmly. "Albus, you should depart before more dramatic measures become necessary." For a moment, it seemed Dumbledore might resist. His hand drifted toward his wand, and Harry felt Hogwarts' defenses surging in response. Then the aged wizard sighed, his shoulders dropping slightly. "Very well, Minerva. I shall respect the castle's wishes, for now." He turned to Harry. "But remember, my boy, that not all guidance is benevolent simply because it is ancient. Question even the stones sometimes." With that cryptic warning, Dumbledore turned and walked toward the garden exit. Before reaching it, he vanished with a soft pop, not apparition, which was impossible within Hogwarts, but some other transportation method that momentarily confused the wards. "Fawkes," Hogwarts explained. "Phoenix transport. A boundary to be sealed." "Was that apparition?" Fudge demanded, looking scandalized. "Within Hogwarts. Phoenix transportation," Harry clarified. "A loophole being addressed as we speak." Indeed, a golden shimmer spread across the garden and beyond, visible briefly as the wards updated to prevent even that method of unauthorized entry. Amelia Bones studied Harry with renewed interest. "You're actively modifying thousand-year-old wards without a curse-breaking team or safety protocols." "Not modifying," Harry corrected. "Restoring. The castle knows its original design, I'm just helping implement the founder's intentions." The remainder of the inspection proceeded with less drama but increasing tension. Ministry officials documented everything, clearly preparing reports that would trigger debates at the highest levels of government. By the time they departed shortly before lunch, Harry felt mentally exhausted from the careful political navigation. "You handled that remarkably well," Daphne commented as they watched the delegation exit through the main gates. "Especially the confrontation with Dumbledore." "The castle helped," Harry admitted. "It's like having a political advisor whispering in my ear." Still, most 11-year-olds would have been intimidated into submission. She gave him a sidelong glance. "You're changing, Potter. Growing into your role faster than anyone expected." Before Harry could respond, Ron and Hermione hurried toward them, excitement evident in their faces. "Harry, you need to see this," Hermione exclaimed. The room of requirement has transformed completely. Their usual meeting place had indeed changed dramatically. When they arrived, they found not the comfortable but ordinary meeting room they'd been using, but an elaborate chamber that seemed to combine elements of all four house common rooms into a harmonious whole. A massive round table occupied the center, with seating for dozens. Bookshelves lined one wall, training equipment another, comfortable conversation areas a third, and what appeared to be potion and herbology stations along the fourth. "It's like a headquarters," Ron marveled, running his hand along the polished table. "That's exactly what it is," Daphne realized. "A command center for the Founder's heir and allies." The council chamber, Hogwarts confirmed in Harry's mind. Where the Founders themselves once gathered their trusted students to plan and govern. As Harry explored the space, he discovered portraits he'd never seen before, not the familiar paintings that hung throughout Hogwarts, but older, more solemn images of witches and wizards from different historical periods. "Former heirs," Harry murmured, reading the small nameplates beneath each portrait. "Hogwarts has recognized others before me. But none with such a complete connection," said a portrait of a stern-looking wizard from the 1700s. "You're the first to bond fully with the castle since the Founders themselves." The revelation sent ripples of shock through the gathered students. Even Daphne, normally composed, looked startled. "Why now?" Hermione asked the logical question. "Why Harry?" "Necessity," Hogwarts answered through Harry. "Dark times approach. The fractured one grows stronger in exile. The castle required a true heir to prepare." Voldemort's not gone for good, Harry translated grimly. Just temporarily expelled. He'll find another way back eventually. So this is all preparation for another war? Ron asked, looking troubled. Not just that, Harry replied, feeling Hogwarts' intentions clearly. Restoration first, making Hogwarts what it was meant to be. A unified school where magic is taught fully and safely. The defense against Voldemort comes naturally from that strength. As they discussed implications, more of their allied group arrived, drawn by messages sent through the enchanted parchment network Hermione had created. Soon the chamber held representatives from all houses, marveling at the space and eagerly claiming seats at the round table. This feels like something from Arthurian legend, Terry Boot commented, running his fingers over intricate runes carved into the table's edge. The founders were contemporaries of those stories, Hermione pointed out. They may have drawn inspiration from similar sources. Harry took his place at the table, feeling the weight of leadership settling more comfortably on his shoulders with each passing hour. The castle's ancient wisdom continued to integrate with his own thoughts, providing guidance without overwhelming his personality. We need to formalize our structure, he began, addressing the gathered allies. The Ministry's visit today is just the beginning. They'll return with experts, officials, and possibly restrictions. We need to demonstrate that Hogwarts is well-governed and stable. A student council? Susan Bones suggested. My aunt mentioned the Ministry might find that reassuring, students taking appropriate responsibility rather than one person controlling everything. Exactly, Harry nodded. With representatives from each house, different year levels, and specialized roles based on skills. They spent the next hour outlining a structure that balanced houses and abilities. Hermione naturally took charge of academic coordination, while the Weasley twins were assigned security and intelligence gathering. Neville's connection to plants made him ideal for grounds management, while Daphne's political acumen positioned her as external relations coordinator. By the time they broke for lunch, a functioning council had formed, diverse, representative, and united in purpose. Harry felt a surge of pride looking around the table. This was what Hogwarts was meant to foster, cooperation across house lines, each person contributing their unique strengths toward a common goal. The founders would approve, Hogwarts commented. This was their vision before division took root. As the council dispersed, Harry remained behind with Daphne, who was examining a detailed ward map that had appeared on one wall. These security layers are incredible, she observed. Some haven't been active for centuries. They're reactivating progressively, Harry explained, joining her at the map. Hogwarts is prioritizing student protection first, then historical restoration, then educational enhancements. My father will be fascinated. Our family records mention these outer ward layers, but the diagrams were incomplete. She traced a particular boundary line with her finger. This one specifically blocks dark creatures, it could prevent another possessed professor from entering. That's the idea, Harry confirmed. They stood side by side, studying the complex magical engineering displayed on the map. Harry found himself increasingly aware of Daphne's presence, her analytical intelligence, her quiet confidence, the subtle lavender scent of her hair. Though only 11, they both carried responsibilities that fostered a maturity beyond their years. What does your family think about all this? Harry asked. Your father seemed supportive in his letters, but this goes beyond what anyone expected. Daphne considered the question carefully. The Greengrass family has maintained neutrality for generations, not from indifference, but from disappointment. Neither the traditionalist purebloods nor Dumbledore's progressives offered a vision we could fully embrace. She turned to face Harry directly. What you're creating here, a return to magical education free from political constraints, houses united instead of divided, it's what my ancestors hoped for when they helped establish the original wards. So they approve? Harry pressed gently. A small, genuine smile curved Daphne's lips. My father's exact words were, support the Potter boy fully. He's either the greatest fool or the greatest hope wizarding Britain has seen in centuries. Either way, history is being made, and Greengrass will be on the right side of it. Harry laughed. Not exactly a ringing endorsement. For my father, that's practically adoption papers, Daphne replied dryly. The important part is the support. The Greengrass family archives will be open to you, records dating back to the founder's era that might help restore Hogwarts properly. That would be incredibly valuable, Harry said sincerely. Thank you. Their conversation was interrupted by a distant bell, not the usual class bell, but a deeper, more resonant sound that echoed throughout the castle. The outer wards, Hogwarts explained urgently. Multiple breaches attempted simultaneously. Harry's focus immediately shifted to the ward map, where several boundary lines now flashed red. Someone's testing the defenses, he said grimly. Coordinated attempts at different points. Daphne moved closer to the map, analyzing the pattern. This isn't ministry work, they'd focus on the main gates. These are probing attacks looking for weaknesses. Harry closed his eyes, connecting more deeply with Hogwarts to assess the threat. Through the castle's senses, he perceived shadowy figures at the boundaries, some human, others distinctly not. Dark magic signatures registered at multiple points, testing, probing, seeking entry. Death Eaters, he concluded, opening his eyes. Mixed with dark creatures. Voldemort may be expelled, but his followers are testing our defenses. We need to alert the professors, Daphne said immediately. Already done, Harry confirmed, feeling Hogwarts magic spreading the warning. The castle is communicating with McGonagall now. They hurried from the council chamber toward the entrance hall, where professors were already gathering, wands drawn. McGonagall stood at the center, issuing crisp instructions. Heads of houses, secure your students in common rooms. Septima, Bathsheba, verify the arithmetic ward anchors. Hagrid, no, you cannot approach the boundaries. Remain in the castle until we assess the threat. Harry and Daphne joined her, drawing curious looks from several professors. Mr. Potter, McGonagall acknowledged tersely. The castle informs me you have insight into our current situation. Death Eaters probing for weaknesses, Harry confirmed. Multiple locations, coordinated timing. They're testing rather than launching a full assault. How can you be certain they're Death Eaters? Professor Sprout asked. Magical signatures, Harry explained. Hogwarts recognizes dark marks from the last war. The professors exchanged concerned glances. Snape, who had remained silent at the edge of the group, stepped forward. If the Dark Lord's followers are truly present, their intent will not be mere information gathering, he stated flatly. They seek a foothold, either physical entry or magical influence over the castle's systems. Can they succeed? Flitwick asked, looking to Harry rather than McGonagall, a subtle but significant shift in perceived authority. Not if we complete the ward restoration, Harry answered. Right now, some of the deeper protections are still reintegrating. We need to accelerate that process. How? McGonagall demanded. Harry hesitated, knowing his answer would be controversial. I need to return to the Heart Chamber. With representatives from each house, and... He glanced at Snape, someone who understands dark magic signatures. All eyes turned to Snape, whose expression remained unreadable. After a long moment, he inclined his head slightly. I assume my particular experience would be relevant to identifying specific threats. Precisely, Harry confirmed. We need to tune the wards to recognize and respond to individual Death Eaters, not just general dark magic. McGonagall made a swift decision. Very well. Professors will secure the students and maintain perimeter awareness. Mr. Potter, assemble your representatives and proceed with Professor Snape to this Heart Chamber. Her lips thinned. I expect full reports on progress every 30 minutes. With efficiency born of crisis, the group dispersed to their assigned tasks. Harry sent messages through the enchanted parchment network, summoning Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Daphne to join them at the Heart Chamber. Within minutes, they hurried through corridors that Hogwarts reconfigured to provide the shortest possible route. When they arrived at the Heart Chamber, Harry noticed Snape's momentary pause at the threshold, a flicker of recognition quickly suppressed. "You've been here before," Harry realized. Snape's dark eyes fixed on him. The headmaster occasionally required assistance with certain modifications. The implication was clear: Dumbledore had brought Snape to this sacred space to alter Hogwarts protections, likely limiting them to accommodate his own plans. The potion master served unwittingly, Hogwarts confirmed. He believed the alterations were for greater protection. Inside the chamber, the 4 house statues glowed with increased intensity, responding to the external threat. The runes along the floor pulsed in complex patterns, some flashing red to indicate ward breaches, others amber for partial activation. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered, taking in the chamber's majesty for the first time. "It's like something from an ancient legend." "That's precisely what it is, Mr. Weasley," Snape replied acidly. "Now perhaps we could focus on preventing those legends from ending in tragedy." Harry directed each person to stand by their house statue, Ron by the lion, Hermione by the eagle, Neville by the badger, and Daphne by the serpent. Snape, after brief consideration, positioned himself at the chamber's perimeter, where diagnostic runes provided detailed information on the ward breaches. "The castle needs our magic to accelerate the ward restoration," Harry explained, stepping onto the central platform. "Each house contributes a different aspect of the protection. Gryffindor provides offensive countermeasures," Ron stated, surprising everyone with his immediate understanding. "Ravenclaw maintains the detection and analysis systems," Hermione added, not to be outdone. "Hufflepuff grounds and stabilizes the ward matrix," Neville said quietly but confidently. "And Slytherin adapts and redirects attacks back upon the attackers," Daphne concluded. Snape raised an eyebrow. "You appear well informed for children who discovered this chamber mere days ago." "Hogwarts is teaching us," Harry explained. "Sharing its knowledge directly." "Convenient," Snape remarked dryly. "And what specifically does it suggest we do about the current incursion?" In answer, the central platform illuminated beneath Harry's feet, and golden light spread to connect him with each of the 4 house representatives. Additional runes appeared on the floor, forming complex patterns that extended to where Snape stood. "Professor, you'll need to identify the specific magical signatures attempting breach," Harry instructed. "The castle can record and integrate those patterns into its defenses." Snape studied the runes nearest him, his academic interest temporarily overcoming his skepticism. "These are ancient recognition matrices, far more sophisticated than modern warding." "Exactly," Harry nodded. "They don't just block intruders, they learn and adapt." With surprising willingness, Snape placed his palms against the wall where the detection runes glowed brightest. His eyes narrowed in concentration as he connected with the castle's outer sensors, experiencing the magical signatures directly. "McNair," he identified grimly. "Not Avery. Possibly Malfoy, though he's concealing his signature effectively." He continued listing names, some familiar to the students, others unknown, as the castle recorded each one. Meanwhile, Harry guided his 4 companions in channeling their house magics. Ron's contribution manifested as brilliant red energy that strengthened offensive countermeasures, Hermione's blue light enhanced detection sensitivity, Neville's yellow power stabilized fluctuating boundaries, and Daphne's green energy created recursive traps that would use attackers' own magic against them. Through it all, Harry stood at the center, golden light flowing through him as he directed the castle's responses. The experience was exhilarating and exhausting simultaneously, like conducting an enormous magical orchestra while also serving as its primary instrument. For nearly an hour, they worked to reinforce Hogwarts' defenses. Snape's extensive knowledge of dark arts proved invaluable as he identified specific curse patterns and suggested countermeasures that the castle integrated immediately. Despite his general disdain for students, he worked efficiently alongside them, professional necessity overriding personal animosity. Finally, the red warning indicators began shifting to green as breaches were sealed and attacks repelled. The ward map displayed Death Eaters retreating from all boundaries, apparently frustrated by Hogwarts' increasingly formidable defenses. "They're withdrawing," Snape confirmed, straightening from his position at the detection wall. "For now." The student sagged in relief, the magical exertion taking its toll. Harry felt particularly drained, having served as the primary channel for the castle's power. "Hogwarts should be secure now," he said wearily. "The wards are fully restored to Founders-level protection." "Not quite," Snape corrected, studying the diagnostic runes. "The deepest layers remain dormant." However, he added with reluctant approval, what has been activated would challenge even the Dark Lord at the height of his power. Coming from Snape, this was extraordinary praise. Harry nodded gratefully, too tired for further discussion. As they prepared to leave, Snape held Harry back briefly. "A word, Potter." The others hesitated, but Harry nodded for them to continue. Once alone with the potion's master, Harry waited expectantly. "This chamber," Snape began carefully, "contains tremendous power. Power that could corrupt even the most well-intentioned individual." "I know," Harry replied simply. "Do you?" Snape's dark eyes bored into him. The headmaster, Dumbledore, began with noble purposes as well. Yet over time, his connection to the school led him to make increasingly questionable decisions in service of what he perceived as the greater good. Harry considered this perspective thoughtfully. "The difference is, I'm not alone in this. The council, my friends, even professors like you, everyone provides balance and perspective." Snape's lip curled slightly. How charmingly naive. "And when your council disagrees with your vision? When the castle whispers one course while your friends suggest another?" It was a fair question, one Harry had already considered. "Then I'll listen to all perspectives and make the best decision I can. But unlike Dumbledore, I won't keep secrets or manipulate people for their own good." For a long moment, Snape studied him, searching for something in Harry's expression. Whatever he found caused a subtle shift in his demeanor, not warmth, certainly, but perhaps a fractional reduction in hostility. "Your mother would have approved of that approach," he said finally, the words clearly difficult for him to voice. Lily valued honesty above clever schemes. Before Harry could respond to this unexpected reference to his mother, Snape turned sharply and strode from the chamber, his black robes billowing behind him. "He tests his own perceptions," Hogwarts commented. "The image of the father conflicts with the evidence of the son." Harry followed more slowly, feeling the day's exertions in every step. As he rejoined his friends in the corridor above, Daphne immediately noticed his fatigue. "You need rest," she stated. "The magical drain from channeling the castle's power is significant." "I'm fine," Harry protested weakly. "You're swaying on your feet," Hermione countered. "And you're paler than nearly headless Nick." "Hospital wing," Ron decided, taking one of Harry's arms while Neville took the other. "No," Harry managed. "My quarters. The castle will help restore me faster there." They didn't argue, instead supporting him through corridors that helpfully shortened the distance to his private rooms. Once inside, Harry practically collapsed onto a sofa that adjusted itself to provide perfect support. "Should we get Madame Pomfrey?" Neville asked worriedly. "Unnecessary. Rest and connection will restore." "The castle says I just need rest," Harry relayed. "Magical exhaustion, not injury." His friends exchanged concerned glances but accepted the explanation. While Ron and Neville went to inform McGonagall of their success, Hermione and Daphne remained, the former examining the bookshelves with academic interest while the latter sat nearby, her expression thoughtful. "Something on your mind?" Harry asked Daphne, feeling himself gradually recovering as Hogwarts magic flowed gently through him. "Several things," she admitted. "Primarily, I'm reconsidering my assessment of how quickly events are unfolding. Death Eaters testing the ward suggests organized resistance forming faster than anticipated. Voldemort's followers acting without him present," Harry nodded. "Probably Lucius Malfoy coordinating." Which means we need to accelerate our own preparations, Daphne concluded. The council needs to be fully operational immediately, not gradually as we planned. Hermione joined them, setting aside an ancient-looking tome. We should also consider our public position. Right now, the ministry sees us as an anomaly, interesting but potentially problematic. If we demonstrated clear benefits from Hogwarts restoration, it could shift perception. Like what? Harry asked. Educational improvements, Hermione suggested. The castle has already enhanced study spaces and provided access to previously restricted knowledge. If student performance improves dramatically across all houses, it validates our approach. And safety enhancements, Daphne added. Today's ward activation demonstrates Hogwarts' protection capabilities far exceed ministry standards. That appeals to parents' primary concern. Harry considered these suggestions, feeling Hogwarts' approval of the strategic thinking. Both excellent points. We'll implement them immediately. As they continued planning, Harry felt his strength returning more rapidly than expected. The castle's magic worked efficiently, replenishing his core and integrating more fully with his own power. With each passing hour, their connection deepened, Harry guiding Hogwarts' actions while the castle shaped his understanding. By evening, when the full council gathered in their new chamber to discuss the day's events, Harry had recovered completely. He led the meeting with growing confidence, coordinating reports from each house and delegating responsibilities with natural authority. The attempted breach had accelerated their timeline but also united their purpose. Students from all houses now recognized the tangible benefits of Hogwarts restoration: enhanced common rooms, optimized class schedules, improved learning resources, and most importantly, proven protection against external threats. As the meeting concluded, McGonagall arrived with news from the Board of Governors. They've reluctantly acknowledged the legitimacy of Mr. Potter's status as Founder's heir, she reported. Largely because they have no legal means to challenge it. However, she added with a hint of satisfaction, Lucius Malfoy has been temporarily removed from the board pending investigation of potential conflicts of interest. His magical signature at the ward boundaries? Daphne surmised. McGonagall's eyebrows rose slightly. Indeed, Miss Greengrass. Though I'm curious how you came by that information. Professor Snape identified specific signatures during our ward reinforcement, Harry explained. Hogwarts recorded them for future reference. McGonagall processed this with her usual efficiency. I see. Well, the immediate crisis appears resolved. The Ministry has withdrawn its more aggressive representatives, though they've requested regular updates on the castle's evolution. We'll provide them, Harry assured her. Transparency serves our purposes better than secrecy. As the council dispersed, Harry found himself once again in conversation with Daphne, who had been unusually quiet during the latter part of the meeting. Something still bothering you, he observed as they walked together through corridors that glowed softly in the evening light. She hesitated, then spoke with careful precision. I'm concerned about Dumbledore's warning. About questioning even the castle's guidance sometimes. You think he had a point? I think any source of authority should be questioned occasionally, she clarified. Even ancient, powerful ones with the best intentions. Harry nodded thoughtfully. That's why the council exists. Why I need people like you who aren't afraid to challenge perspectives. They had reached a junction where their paths would separate, Daphne toward the Slytherin dungeons, Harry toward his private quarters. She turned to face him directly, her blue eyes serious in the soft golden light. Promise me something, Potter, she said quietly. Even when the castle's power flows through you most strongly, remember to remain Harry as well. Not just the heir, not just Hogwarts' voice, but yourself. The concern touched him deeply. I promise, he replied with equal seriousness. The castle says the founders maintain their individual identities despite their deep connection to Hogwarts. I can do the same. Daphne studied him a moment longer, then nodded, apparently satisfied. Good. Because Harry Potter is the one we chose to follow, not just a conduit for ancient magic. With that, she turned and continued toward her common room, leaving Harry to ponder the layers of meaning in her words. Their relationship was evolving into something neither had anticipated, a partnership based on mutual respect that transcended their age and house differences. She speaks wisdom, Hogwarts commented. Balance between old and new, between castle and heir. This is the path forward. As Harry returned to his quarters, he felt more certain of his course than ever before. With the wards restored, the council established, and allies across all houses, Hogwarts was truly awakening to its full potential. And so was he. Chapter 3, The Heir's Command. November at Hogwarts brought biting winds and the first dusting of snow across the grounds. Inside the castle, however, an unprecedented warmth pervaded the ancient stones. Corridors that had been drafty for centuries now maintained perfect temperatures. Common rooms glowed with enhanced fireplaces that required no tending. Even the dungeons had lost their perpetual chill, much to the surprise of Slytherin students accustomed to layering clothing. The castle is balancing itself, Harry explained to the council gathered around the round table in their headquarters. Correcting environmental issues that accumulated over centuries. 6 weeks had passed since the ritual that formalized Harry's status as Founder's heir. In that time, Hogwarts had transformed dramatically. Beyond the physical changes, revealed passageways, restored chambers, optimized classrooms, the very atmosphere of the school had shifted. House rivalries remained, but with a healthier competitive edge rather than outright hostility. Inter-house study groups formed spontaneously in the newly revealed common spaces. Even professors noted improvements in student performance across all subjects. The educational enhancements are working, Hermione reported, consulting her ever-present notebook. Average practical magic success rates have increased by 23% since October. Theory comprehension is up 17%. Quidditch teams are reporting better coordination too, Ron added. Even the Slytherins. He managed to say this without his usual derision, progress that didn't go unnoticed. The improved flight training facilities help, Blaise Zabini acknowledged with a slight nod. The reserved Slytherin had proven a valuable council member, bringing analytical precision to their planning. Though I suspect the castle's magic is subtly enhancing performance in all physical activities. Harry nodded. Hogwarts says it's removing artificial constraints placed over centuries. The castle was designed to amplify magical learning, not hinder it. Which brings us to our next challenge, Daphne said, shifting the conversation with practiced ease. The Ministry inspection team arrives tomorrow. Their official purpose is educational assessment, but my father's sources indicate their real mission is determining whether Hogwarts represents a threat to Ministry authority. The council sobered at this reminder of external pressures. Despite their progress within the castle, the wider wizarding world remained divided on the changes at Hogwarts. The Daily Prophet published daily speculation ranging from celebration of educational renaissance to dark warnings about ancient magic beyond control. Minister Fudge is particularly concerned about declining ministry influence, Susan Bones added. Auntie says he's been meeting daily with advisors about the Hogwarts situation. Let them inspect, Harry decided after brief consideration. Transparency serves us better than secrecy. Hogwarts has nothing to hide. Wise approach. Show strength through openness. The castle's approval warmed Harry from within. Though his connection to Hogwarts had deepened tremendously, he'd taken Daphne's advice to heart, maintaining his own perspective even as he channeled the ancient entity's power and wisdom. We should prepare student representatives from each house, Hermione suggested. Articulate ones who can explain the benefits they've experienced. And ensure they see the safety improvements, Neville added with growing confidence. His role on the council had strengthened him remarkably. Parents care about that more than academic improvements. As they finalized preparations for the inspection, Harry noticed Daphne studying him with her characteristic thoughtful expression. When the meeting concluded and others departed, she remained behind. You've mastered the balance, she observed once they were alone. Between Harry and the heir. He smiled, appreciating her perception. I'm trying. The castle's influence gets stronger every day, but I'm still me underneath it all. Good. She approached the ward map that occupied one wall, her fingers tracing a boundary line. Because the next few weeks will test that balance severely. The political pressure is building faster than we anticipated. Lucius Malfoy. Among others. My father reports factions forming in the Wisengamot, those who see Hogwarts independence as an opportunity, and those who perceive it as a threat. She turned to face him directly. And Dumbledore has been unusually active, meeting with international contacts. Harry nodded, unsurprised. Though expelled from the castle grounds, Dumbledore remained chief warlock and supreme mugwump. His influence extended far beyond Britain. Has he made any more attempts to enter Hogwarts? Not directly, Daphne replied. But Professor McGonagall has received 3 formal requests for meetings just outside the boundaries. She's declined each one. Harry appreciated McGonagall's steadfastness. The deputy headmistress, still technically acting headmistress, had proven a valuable ally. Though initially skeptical, the evidence Hogwarts provided about Dumbledore's manipulations had shifted her loyalties firmly toward the school and its students. And Voldemort? Any sign of activity? Daphne's composure slipped momentarily at the name, though she recovered quickly. Nothing concrete. Though Draco has been strutting around the Slytherin common room with unusual confidence lately. He keeps hinting that changes are coming and Potter's little kingdom won't last. Charming, Harry remarked dryly. Hogwarts is monitoring the wards continuously. If Voldemort attempts another approach, we'll know immediately. As if responding to his words, a soft golden pulse traveled through the floor beneath them. Harry felt Hogwarts' awareness sharpening, focusing on something at the boundaries. Movement at the forest edge. Not human, not beast. Something between. Harry closed his eyes briefly, connecting more deeply with the castle's senses. Through Hogwarts' perception, he detected a shimmer of magic at the forbidden forest boundary, something slipping between the ancient trees with unnatural grace. Unicorns, he murmured, opening his eyes. Something's hunting unicorns in the forest. Daphne's eyebrows rose. Unicorns? Why would anyone? She stopped, comprehension dawning. Unicorn blood. It can sustain life, even for someone at death's threshold. But at terrible cost, Harry added grimly. A cursed half-life. Exactly what a disembodied Voldemort might risk. Should we alert the professors? Harry nodded. McGonagall and Hagrid immediately. And we should strengthen the forest wards tonight. As they left the council chamber, Harry felt the weight of responsibility settling more firmly on his shoulders. The castle's magic flowed through him constantly now, a steady current of power that enhanced his awareness of everything within Hogwarts' boundaries. Yet that same connection brought knowledge of threats most 11-year-olds would never comprehend. You are not alone in this burden, Hogwarts reminded gently. Many hands share the weight. The castle was right, of course. Unlike Dumbledore with his solitary scheming, Harry had built a network of support, the council, allied professors, and most importantly, the awakened Hogwarts itself. Whatever challenges approached, they would face them together. The Ministry inspection team arrived the following morning with all the subtlety of a Norwegian ridgeback in a crystal shop. Led by Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister, the delegation included representatives from the Department of Magical Education, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and most concerningly, the Department of Mysteries. Welcome to Hogwarts, McGonagall greeted them in the entrance hall, her Scottish accent more pronounced than usual, a sure sign of tension. We've prepared a comprehensive tour of the educational enhancements implemented over recent weeks. How cooperative, Umbridge simpered, her wide, toad-like face fixed in a smile that never reached her eyes. Though we'll be conducting our own independent assessment, of course. Ministry protocols, you understand. Of course, McGonagall replied with brittle politeness. Mr. Potter will join us shortly to answer any questions regarding the castle's adjustments. On cue, Harry approached from the grand staircase, flanked by the council's core members. His robes, now permanently emblazoned with the four-house trim and Hogwarts crest, marked his unique status. As he descended, portraits along the walls straightened attentively, and the armor suits lining the entrance hall shifted to attention, subtle demonstrations of the castle's responsiveness to its heir. "Madam Umbridge," Harry greeted politely. "Welcome to Hogwarts." The undersecretary's eyes narrowed slightly at his confident demeanor. "Mr. Potter. How unusual to find a first-year student so involved in school administration." "These are unusual times," Harry replied evenly. "Hogwarts has always adapted to meet the needs of each generation of magical students." A tall, thin wizard in austere grey robes, the representative from the Department of Mysteries, Harry presumed, studied him with unsettling intensity. "The boy serves as a conduit," he observed clinically. "Fascinating symbiosis. The ambient magic readings are extraordinary." "Mr. Croker, please," Umbridge chided with false sweetness. "We're here to evaluate educational standards, not subject students to analysis." "The grey one sees truth. The toad-faced one fears it." Harry suppressed a smile at Hogwarts' assessment. "Perhaps we should begin the tour. There's much to show you." What followed was a carefully orchestrated demonstration of Hogwarts improvements. In the Great Hall, they witnessed the new seating arrangement that facilitated inter-house cooperation. Classrooms revealed enhanced teaching tools, self-updating chalkboards, ambient magic concentrators that made spell practice more effective, reference materials that appeared when students encountered difficulties. The delegation's reactions varied significantly. Educational representatives appeared genuinely impressed, taking copious notes and asking thoughtful questions. Law enforcement members maintained professional neutrality, though their eyes constantly assessed security implications. Umbridge's expression oscillated between forced smile and poorly concealed suspicion, while Croker from Mysteries seemed increasingly fascinated by every magical adaptation. When they reached the newly revealed Founder's Garden, Umbridge finally voiced her concerns directly. "While these changes are certainly interesting," she began in her falsely sweet voice, "the Ministry must express serious concern about unauthorized magical alterations to a historical institution. Particularly when those alterations appear controlled by," her gaze flicked dismissively to Harry, a child. Before McGonagall could respond, Harry felt Hogwarts' suggestion and stepped forward. "Perhaps a demonstration would help clarify the relationship," he offered. "Hogwarts isn't being controlled, it's being restored to its original design. The castle is a partner in this process, not a puppet." With that, Harry placed his palm against a nearby stone column. Golden light spread from his touch, illuminating ancient runes previously invisible on the surface. The garden responded immediately, flowers bloomed out of season, the fountain water rose in elegant patterns, and most impressively, the very stones of the surrounding walls rearranged themselves to reveal a previously hidden statue of the four founders standing united. "Good gracious," breathed an elderly witch from magical education. "Unprecedented magical articulation," Croker murmured, magical instruments whirring in his hands. "The boy isn't forcing the change, he's requesting it, and the castle is responding willingly." Umbridge's face had turned an unflattering shade of pink. "Regardless of the mechanism, this represents a clear deviation from Ministry-approved educational environment standards. Section 4, Paragraph 12 clearly states that all magical enhancements to educational spaces must receive prior authorization from. I believe you'll find Hogwarts is exempt from those particular regulations," interrupted a new voice. Daphne stepped forward, a leather-bound document in her hands. The original Hogwarts Charter, signed by the Ministry's predecessor in 932 AD, explicitly grants the school sovereign status regarding its magical environment. I've taken the liberty of highlighting the relevant passages. She handed the document to the educational representative rather than Umbridge, a subtle but effective maneuver. As the witch examined it, her eyebrows rose steadily. "She appears to be correct, Dolores," the witch confirmed. The charter does indeed grant Hogwarts considerable autonomy in magical self-determination. Historical documents must be interpreted in context of modern governance. Umbridge protested, her voice rising. The minister will not accept a magical entity operating outside proper oversight. The minister is welcome to discuss any concerns directly, Harry replied calmly. Hogwarts has always maintained cooperative relationships with legitimate magical authorities. We simply ask that the castle's historical rights be respected. The diplomatic response, suggested partly by Hogwarts and partly by Harry's own instincts, struck the right note with the more reasonable delegation members. Even some of Umbridge's own team seemed to distance themselves slightly from her increasingly strident position. Croaker, who had remained thoughtfully silent, suddenly addressed Harry directly. "Young man, I'd be most interested in understanding the mechanism of your connection to the castle. Purely for academic purposes, you understand. Careful. Half-truth only. The Grey Ones collect secrets like others collect coins. It's primarily founded in magical resonance," Harry answered, keeping his explanation deliberately vague. Hogwarts was designed to recognize compatible magical signatures. The founders established parameters for potential heirs, and apparently, I matched those parameters. Croaker nodded slowly, clearly recognizing the non-answer but choosing not to press. Fascinating. Perhaps when you're older, you might consider consulting with our department. Such magical connections are rare. I'll certainly keep that in mind, Harry replied diplomatically. The tour continued, tension gradually easing as the castle's benefits became increasingly evident. They visited a transfiguration class where students demonstrated significantly advanced spell work, a potions session where even Neville successfully brewed a complex solution under Snape's grudging supervision, and finally, the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey enthusiastically reported a 40% reduction in magical accidents since the castle's restoration. Students simply learn better when the environment supports rather than hinders them, the matron explained. It's as though Hogwarts actively helps prevent mishaps while encouraging proper technique. Precisely, Hermione added, having joined the tour as a student representative. The castle provides subtle guidance, not doing the work for us, but helping us understand where we're going wrong. As the inspection concluded in the entrance hall, even Umbridge seemed to recognize that direct opposition would be politically unwise. Too many ministry representatives had witnessed obvious improvements that parents would undoubtedly support. "We shall compile our observations for the minister," she announced stiffly. "Further assessment may be required regarding certain, unconventional aspects of the current arrangement." "Hogwarts remains open to constructive dialogue," McGonagall assured her with masterful professionalism. "Our primary concern is, as always, the education and safety of our students." As the delegation departed, Harry felt Hogwarts' satisfaction mingled with caution. First test passed. Others will follow. Indeed, Harry knew this was merely the opening move in a complex game. The ministry would retreat, regroup, and return with more subtle approaches. Umbridge in particular struck him as dangerously persistent. "That went about as well as we could have hoped," Daphne commented as they watched the delegation cross the grounds toward the gates. "Your diplomatic approach was effective." "Thanks for the charter intervention," Harry replied. "That was brilliant timing." She shrugged modestly, though her eyes betrayed satisfaction. "Political maneuvering is a Greengrass specialty. My father would have been disappointed if I'd missed such an obvious opportunity." "Miss Greengrass, Mr. Potter," McGonagall called, approaching with brisk steps. "A word, if you please." When they joined her, she continued in a lower voice, "I've just received word from Hagrid. Another unicorn was attacked last night. The centaurs are demanding a meeting." Harry nodded gravely. "When and where?" "Midnight, at the forest boundary near Hagrid's hut," McGonagall replied, her expression reflecting concern that Harry, despite his unique status, remained a first-year student facing adult problems. "I should attend in your place, with respect, Professor," Harry interrupted gently, "the centaurs specifically requested the stone speaker be present." I believe that refers to me. McGonagall's lips thinned, but she nodded reluctantly. Very well. But Professor Hagrid will accompany you, and you will not enter the forest proper without express permission. Is that clear, Mr. Potter? Perfectly, Professor, Harry agreed. Daphne should come as well. Her diplomatic skills would be valuable. If McGonagall was surprised by this suggestion, she didn't show it. As you wish. Now, I believe you both have charms class to attend. Educational improvements notwithstanding, regular studies must continue. As they hurried toward Professor Flitwick's classroom, Daphne gave Harry a questioning look. Stone Speaker. The Centaurs have their own name for the founder's heir, Harry explained. Hogwarts says they've maintained oral histories about the castle since its creation. They consider the forest and Hogwarts connected entities. Which they are, through the outer ward boundaries, Daphne noted. Will they help us identify what's hunting the unicorns? I hope so, Harry replied grimly. Because if it is Voldemort, we need to know how he's accessing the grounds despite the expulsion ward. The possibility had troubled Harry since the first unicorn attack. If Voldemort could circumvent Hogwarts' defenses, even in a weakened form, the castle's security wasn't as complete as they'd believed. And with the Philosopher's Stone still hidden somewhere within the school, McGonagall had delayed its removal pending secure transport arrangements, the threat remained very real. All defenses have vulnerabilities, Hogwarts acknowledged. The wise guardian acknowledges them rather than denying their existence. Harry took comfort in the castle's pragmatism as they slipped into Charms class, apologizing to Professor Flitwick for their tardiness. Today's lesson on animation charms provided a welcome distraction from weightier concerns, though Harry noticed both Ron and Hermione watching him with questions in their eyes. He'd tell them about the Centaur meeting later, in the council chamber where they could speak freely. For now, he focused on guiding a teacup to dance across his desk, letting the simple joy of magic temporarily lighten his burden. Midnight found Harry, Daphne, and Hagrid standing at the forest boundary. A nearly full moon cast silver light across the grounds, illuminating their breath in the cold November air. The castle loomed behind them, windows glowing with warm golden light, a beacon of civilization against the wild darkness of the forest. Centaurs don't usually seek out wizards, Hagrid rumbled nervously, his crossbow cradled in massive arms. Whatever's got them worried must be serious. It is serious, Harry agreed, feeling Hogwarts wards humming at the boundary line. The castle had extended its awareness as far as possible, but the ancient forest held its own magic, wild and unpredictable compared to Hogwarts' ordered power. A subtle movement among the trees caught their attention. 3 centaurs emerged from the shadows, powerfully built creatures with human torsos atop horse bodies. The leader, a palomino with white blonde hair, stepped forward with dignity. Stone Speaker, he greeted Harry formally. I am Firenze. With me stand Bane and Ronan, elders of our herd. Thank you for meeting with us, Harry replied with equal formality, sensing the importance of proper protocol. I am Harry Potter, recognized heir to Hogwarts. With me stand Daphne Greengrass, daughter of an ancient line, and Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys. The centaur's eyes widened slightly at this precise acknowledgement of their positions, knowledge Hogwarts had provided through its long history of centaur relations. The stars speak of your awakening, Firenze continued. The castle rises once more, as was foretold in the time of joining. Mars is bright, added the dark-haired Bane ominously. Conflict approaches on multiple paths. We seek your wisdom regarding the unicorn attacks, Harry said, coming directly to the point. Hogwarts senses dark magic at work. The centaurs exchanged significant glances. Ronan, the eldest with reddish hair and beard, stamped a hoof against the frozen ground. A shadow moves between worlds, he intoned. Neither living nor dead. It drinks the silver blood to maintain its half-existence. Just as we feared, Daphne murmured. Voldemort. Bane's eyes flashed at the name. Do not speak so carelessly of powers beyond your understanding, fool. How is he entering the forest? Harry asked, ignoring the reprimand. Hogwarts expelled his essence from the castle grounds. The broken one finds paths between barriers, Firenze explained. The forest's magic is ancient and wild, it does not bend to stone commands as easily as wizard-shaped spells. This confirmed Harry's concerns. The forest represented a vulnerability in Hogwarts' otherwise formidable defenses, a natural magical zone that couldn't be controlled as completely as the castle itself. Can you help us protect the unicorns? Harry asked. While we strengthen the boundaries. The request clearly surprised the centaurs. Bane snorted disapprovingly, but Firenze nodded slowly. We will patrol the sacred groves where the moonhorns gather, he agreed. But this is a temporary measure only. The shadow must be driven from our forest permanently. Agreed, Harry said firmly. With your permission, Hogwarts can extend specialized wards deeper into the forest, not to control the forest's magic, but to harmonize with it against unnatural intrusion. This nuanced suggestion, again guided by Hogwarts' ancient knowledge of centaur relations, met with cautious approval from all three centaurs. Even Bane seemed to recognize the distinction between domination and cooperation. The castle may extend its light paths, Firenze conceded. We will guide their placement to avoid disturbing the forest's own magic. They spent the next hour discussing specific boundaries and ward configurations. Daphne proved invaluable, her diplomatic skills and extensive knowledge of magical theory helping bridge communication gaps between human and centaur perspectives. Even Hagrid contributed meaningfully, his intimate understanding of the forest's geography providing practical insights. As their meeting concluded, Firenze fixed Harry with an intense gaze. Stone Speaker, heed this warning, the shadow seeks more than unicorn blood. It hungers for the ruby heart hidden within your walls. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry confirmed. We know. Its removal is delayed, Bane added with surprising directness. The bearded manipulator and the snake father both work to prevent its departure, though for different purposes. This new information startled Harry. Dumbledore and Lucius Malfoy are both interfering with the stone's removal. How do you know this? The stars reveal patterns to those who know how to read them, Ronan replied cryptically. And centaurs have ears in places wizards forget to look. Before Harry could press for clarification, the centaurs withdrew into the forest, leaving the humans to contemplate this disturbing revelation. Blimey, Hagrid breathed. If both Dumbledore and Malfoy are mixing up in this, then the situation is more complex than we realized, Daphne completed grimly. Different factions with different motives, all centered on the stone. Harry felt Hogwarts' concern mirroring his own. The castle had assumed Dumbledore's interest in the stone related solely to using it as bait for Voldemort. If there were additional layers to his plan, they needed to uncover them quickly. We need to secure the stone ourselves, Harry decided as they walked back toward the castle. No more waiting for ministry transport arrangements. Hogwarts must take direct control. That won't be easy, Daphne cautioned. McGonagall believes the current protections are sufficient, and technically, the stone still belongs to Nicholas Flamel. Then we'll contact Flamel directly, Harry determined. Surely he'd prefer his creation safe with its rightful owner rather than serving as bait in a dangerous game. Hagrid looked uncomfortable at this suggestion. Dumbledore and Flamel are old friends, Harry. Flamel might not go against Dumbledore's wishes. Then we'll present evidence of the danger, Harry countered. Hogwarts can provide memories of Quirrell's possession and the unicorn attacks. No responsible creator would allow their work to endanger children once they understood the full situation. As they reached the castle entrance, Harry felt Hogwarts' approval of this approach. The direct path was often best, honest communication rather than manipulation and secrecy. A fundamental difference between his approach and Dumbledore's. I'll draft a letter to Flamel tonight, Daphne offered. My family has historical connections that might help establish credibility. Perfect, Harry agreed. We'll present it to the council tomorrow and send it immediately afterward. Time is clearly running short. Inside the entrance hall, Hagrid bid them good night, heading toward his hut on the grounds. Harry and Daphne made their way through corridors that obligingly shortened their journey back to their respective sleeping quarters. Interesting that the centaurs called you Stone Speaker, Daphne observed as they walked. It suggests they've been expecting you, or someone like you, for generations. Hogwarts says the centaurs have prophecies about the castle dating back to its founding, Harry replied. They saw the founders as bridging the gap between wild magic and controlled magic, creating balance rather than opposition. A perspective we could learn from, Daphne noted thoughtfully. Especially now, with tension building between Hogwarts and the Ministry. Balance rather than dominance. The insight struck Harry as particularly relevant to their current challenges. The Ministry sought control, Dumbledore orchestrated from shadows, Voldemort hungered for power, all attempting to dominate rather than harmonize. Perhaps Hogwarts' approach of cooperation and balanced integration offered a third path. Wisdom from unexpected sources, the castle commented approvingly. The stargazers understand balance better than many wand carriers. They reached the point where they would separate, Daphne toward the Slytherin dungeons, Harry toward his private quarters. Before they parted, Daphne fixed him with a serious look. "Be careful, Harry," she said, dropping her usual "Potter" in a rare moment of personal concern. "Multiple powerful factions are converging on Hogwarts, and you stand at the center of their intersection." "I know," he acknowledged. "But I'm not alone. I have the council, the professors who support us, and most importantly," he placed a hand against the nearby wall, feeling Hogwarts' reassuring presence, the castle itself. Daphne nodded, seemingly satisfied with his awareness of the situation. "Good night then. Tomorrow will be busy." As she departed, Harry continued to his quarters, mind racing with plans for securing the Philosopher's Stone and strengthening the forest boundaries. Despite the growing complications, he felt strangely optimistic. With each challenge faced and overcome, the bond between heir and castle deepened, their combined capabilities expanding. Whatever Voldemort, Dumbledore, or the Ministry planned next, Hogwarts would be ready. The next morning brought unexpected developments before the council could even assemble. Harry woke to Hogwarts' urgent warning, magical disturbances at multiple points around the castle, focused particularly near the third-floor corridor where the Philosopher's Stone remained hidden. Systematic testing of defenses. Multiple magical signatures. Coordinated approach. Throwing on his robes, Harry rushed from his quarters, sending mental alerts through Hogwarts to McGonagall and the council members. As he approached the third floor, he found professors already responding, Flitwick and Sprout hurrying from one direction, Snape emerging from a hidden passage with wand drawn. "Potter," Snape acknowledged curtly. The castle's alarm system activated at precisely 5:17 a.m. Multiple attempted breaches of the third-floor protections. "Not just attempts," Harry replied grimly, feeling Hogwarts' continued warnings. "Someone's already inside the outer layer. The castle senses 3 distinct magical signatures." "Impossible," Flitwick squeaked, though his wand remained steady. "The enchantments would have been circumvented by someone with intimate knowledge of their construction," Snape completed, his dark eyes flashing with understanding. "Someone who helped create them." The implication hung heavily in the corridor. Only staff members had participated in creating the stone's protections. "Which meant, we have a traitor among the faculty," Professor Sprout concluded sadly. "Or a manipulated one," Hogwarts suggested. "Not all betrayal is willing." "The Imperious Curse," Harry translated aloud. "Or another form of magical control." Before anyone could respond to this possibility, McGonagall arrived, her hair hastily pinned beneath her pointed hat. "Status report," she demanded. "Intruders within the outer defenses," Snape replied immediately. 3 magical signatures, identity unknown. Currently navigating Hagrid's contribution. His lip curled slightly at mention of the 3-headed dog. "Hagrid is still in his hut," McGonagall confirmed. I checked his location immediately upon receiving the alarm. All other heads of house are accounted for. Then who, Harry began, but was interrupted by the arrival of Ron, Hermione, and Neville, slightly breathless from running. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed. "The castle woke us, something about the stone being in danger." "Intruders in the third-floor corridor," Harry confirmed. "We need to." A tremendous crash echoed from beyond the locked door, followed by an unearthly howl that made everyone flinch. Fluffy, Hagrid's monstrous guard dog, was clearly engaging with the intruders. "We need to seal the remaining protections," McGonagall decided swiftly. "Filius, Pomona, reinforce your contributions. Severus, check your potion puzzle. I'll secure the mirror chamber." "What about us?" Ron asked, his wand already drawn despite being a first year facing unknown dangers. McGonagall hesitated only briefly. "Mr. Potter, coordinate with the castle to monitor all entrances and exits. The rest of you return to your dormitories immediately." "With respect, Professor," Harry interrupted firmly, "we need a coordinated defense. The council members are already organizing students by house. We should use every resource available." For a moment, McGonagall looked like she might object on principle. First years had no business confronting potential Death Eaters. But practicality won out. "Very well," she conceded. "Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom, coordinate with your house prefects to secure common rooms and gather capable older students for defensive positions. No one below fourth year is to engage directly." As the professors hurried toward their respective chambers, Harry closed his eyes, connecting deeply with Hogwarts to assess the situation. Through the castle's senses, he perceived the intruders more clearly. One signature he recognized immediately as Quirrell, somehow returned despite the expulsion ward. The second bore similarities to Lucius Malfoy but wasn't an exact match. The third was unfamiliar, though its magical pattern suggested advanced age and considerable power. They move with purpose. Coordinated but not allied. Separate objectives converge. The castle's assessment matched Harry's instinct. 3 intruders with 3 different motives, temporarily cooperating to overcome Hogwarts' defenses, but likely to turn on each other once past the obstacles. "We need to split them up," Harry decided aloud. "Divide their forces before they reach the stone. The castle can assist. Passages can be opened or sealed. Defenses activated selectively." Harry nodded, formulating a plan. "Ron, get Fred and George with their map. We'll need their knowledge of secret passages. Hermione, find Daphne and the other council members. We need coordination across all houses." As his friends departed on their missions, Harry reached out through Hogwarts to all prefects simultaneously, a new ability he'd discovered recently. The castle carried his message directly to their minds. Security alert. All students return to common rooms immediately. Prefects establish headcounts. Council members report to designated assembly points. Throughout Hogwarts, students responded with remarkable efficiency, testament to the drills they'd been practicing since the council's formation. Within minutes, Harry received confirmation through the castle's awareness that all common rooms were secure, with prefects maintaining order and older students preparing defensive positions. Meanwhile, Harry moved toward the third-floor corridor, staying back from the entrance but maintaining his connection with Hogwarts to monitor the intruders' progress. They had already subdued Fluffy and descended through the trapdoor into the Devil's Snare chamber. Professor Sprout was reinforcing her deadly plant, but the intruders had already passed through, likely using fire to force a passage. Fred and George arrived first, their enchanted map clutched tightly. "All secret passages on the east side are secure," Fred reported. "We've activated the tripwire charms on the west passages." "Good," Harry nodded. "I need you to coordinate with the portraits. They can relay information faster than we can move physically." The twins saluted with matching grins before hurrying off, their previous pranking experience proving invaluable in crisis response. Daphne appeared next with Blaze and Susan Bones. Slytherin and Hufflepuff common rooms are secured, she reported. Ravenclaw reports the same. What's our strategy? Containment first, Harry decided. The intruders are already past the first 3 obstacles. We need to prevent them from leaving with the stone once they reach it. Through Hogwarts, Harry monitored the intruders' continued progress, through Flitwick's flying key chamber, across McGonagall's giant chessboard, which put up considerably more resistance, injuring one of them, and into Snape's logic puzzle with its array of potions. They've reached Snape's chamber, Harry informed the others. They're separating. Indeed, through the castle's perception, Harry could sense the 3 intruders arguing. The Malfoy-like signature appeared injured from the chess confrontation. Quirrell's signature vibrated with dark energy that could only be Voldemort's influence. The third, unfamiliar presence seemed to be mediating between them. Suddenly, the Malfoy figure retreated back through the chambers while Quirrell and the unknown wizard continued forward toward the final obstacle, the Mirror of Erist. One's coming back, Harry warned. The other 2 are proceeding to the mirror chamber. Daphne immediately grasped the strategic implications. We need to intercept the returning one before he warns any potential accomplices outside. I'll handle that, Blaise volunteered unexpectedly, his normally reserved demeanor giving way to decisive action. I know every hidden alcove in the dungeon approach. If it's who I suspect, I can delay them effectively. Harry nodded, trusting Blaise's judgment. Take Fred and George as backup. But be careful, we believe they're under some form of mind control rather than acting entirely of their own will. As Blaise departed on his interception mission, Harry refocused on the remaining intruders. They had reached the mirror chamber where McGonagall was supposedly reinforcing defenses. Yet through Hogwarts' senses, Harry detected no sign of the deputy headmistress. Something's wrong, he muttered. McGonagall isn't in the mirror chamber. Diverted, Hogwarts confirmed. False alarm sent to astronomy tower. Sophisticated deception magic. A trap, Daphne realized. They deliberately separated the professors. Harry felt a cold certainty settling in his chest. The coordination, the timing, the strategic division of Hogwarts defenders, this was no opportunistic attempt but a carefully planned operation. We need to get to the mirror chamber ourselves, he decided. The stone is still there, and without McGonagall, there's no one to prevent them from taking it. But the obstacles, Susan began. Hogwarts can help us bypass them, Harry interrupted. There's a maintenance passage the professors don't know about, originally used by the founders to check the foundation stones beneath this wing. The heir's path remains viable. Unused for centuries but intact. With Hogwarts guiding him, Harry led Daphne, Susan, and the newly arrived Hermione to a small, inconspicuous door partially hidden behind a tapestry. When Harry touched the ancient wood, golden light spread from his fingers, and the door swung open to reveal a narrow stone staircase spiraling downward. This will take us beneath the obstacles and up into the chamber from below, Harry explained as they descended. The passage illuminated itself as they proceeded, glowing stones embedded in the walls providing soft golden light. Remarkable, Hermione whispered, her academic curiosity momentarily overriding the tension of their situation. This doesn't appear on any architectural plans of Hogwarts. The founders kept certain passages secret even from later headmasters, Harry replied, relaying Hogwarts knowledge. Insurance against potential corruption of the school's leadership. Prescient of them, Daphne commented dryly. They reached the bottom of the staircase and proceeded along a narrow tunnel that curved beneath the foundations of the third-floor corridor. Harry could sense the magical obstacles above them, the deadly plants, enchanted keys, and giant chess pieces all unaware of the bypass beneath their feet. Finally, they reached another staircase, this one ascending steeply. This will emerge behind the dais where the mirror stands, Harry explained. Once we enter, we'll be exposed immediately, so be prepared for anything. Wands drawn, even though as first years, their magical arsenal was limited, the 4 students ascended quietly. Harry reached the top first, where another door awaited. Through Hogwarts awareness, he could sense two figures in the chamber beyond, Quirrell standing before the mirror of Eriste, and an elderly wizard Harry didn't recognize observing from several paces back. Proceed with caution, heir. The fractured one's vessel is unstable. The ancient one wields forgotten magic. Taking a deep breath, Harry touched the door, which swung open silently. The four students emerged into the mirror chamber, slightly below and behind the dais where the magnificent mirror of Eriste stood. Neither Quirrell nor his companion immediately noticed their arrival, so focused were they on the mirror's reflective surface. "I see it," Quirrell was saying, his voice noticeably lacking its usual stutter. "The stone is within the mirror, but how do I extract it?" "Patience, Quirinus," the elderly wizard replied in a surprisingly strong voice. "The mirror gives only what the heart truly desires, but withholds from those who would use rather than appreciate." Harry signaled his companions to spread out, using the chamber's stone pillars for cover. They needed to assess the situation before revealing themselves, particularly since they didn't know the identity or capabilities of Quirrell's mysterious accomplice. Quirrell paced impatiently before the mirror. "Master, I cannot solve this final puzzle. Your wisdom is needed." To Harry's horror, Quirrell began unwinding his purple turban. The back of his head, slowly revealed, contained another face, chalk-white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, barely human yet unmistakably Voldemort. "Let me see," the face rasped, its voice sending chills down Harry's spine despite his mental preparation. The elderly wizard showed no surprise at this revelation, merely stepping back respectfully. "Lord Voldemort," he acknowledged with a slight bow. "Your persistence is admirable." "Flammel," Voldemort's face responded. "I wondered if you might appear personally rather than trusting Dumbledore's protections." The name hit Harry like a thunderbolt. Nicholas Flamel himself, creator of the Philosopher's Stone and supposedly Dumbledore's close ally, was here, apparently cooperating with Voldemort to retrieve his creation. "My stone has always called to me," Flamel replied simply. "When I sensed multiple interested parties converging, I thought it prudent to intervene personally." "An unexpected complication," Voldemort hissed. "Yet perhaps fortuitous. You could simply remove your stone yourself and grant me controlled use." "Immortality for immortality." Flamel chuckled softly. "A tempting proposition. However, I must consider all interested parties before making decisions." He turned suddenly, looking directly at Harry's position. "Including the castle's young heir, who has been listening most attentively." Harry froze, realizing their concealment had failed. Before he could signal a new plan, Flamel gestured casually, and the pillars hiding the four students simply melted away like ice under a hot sun. "Ah, children," Flamel observed mildly. "How refreshing to see youth taking initiative." Quirrell spun around, Voldemort's face temporarily hidden but his voice audible. "Kill them. They cannot be allowed to interfere." Now, Flamel chided, stepping between Quirrell and the students. "There's no need for violence. Young Potter has legitimate interest in these proceedings, given his position as Hogwarts heir." Harry stepped forward cautiously, keeping his wand raised. "Mr. Flamel, this man is possessed by Voldemort, the wizard who murdered my parents and countless others. He's been drinking unicorn blood in the forest to maintain his parasitic existence." "I'm well aware of Lord Voldemort's current condition," Flamel replied with surprising equanimity. "Just as I'm aware of Albus's manipulations and young Malfoy's unfortunate entanglement. The question is, what solution best serves all parties?" The casual way Flamel discussed potentially giving the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort shocked Harry. This was the man Dumbledore had described as a force for good, a brilliant alchemist who had supposedly entrusted his greatest creation to Hogwarts for safekeeping. "There is no compromise with Voldemort," Harry stated firmly, feeling Hogwarts' full support behind his words. "He represents everything the Founders stood against, the corruption of magic for personal power, the persecution of those deemed unworthy, the subjugation of others through fear." Flamel studied Harry with newfound interest. You speak with conviction beyond your years, young heir. Perhaps the castle's influence runs deeper than I anticipated. Enough talk. Quirrell snarled, fully turning to reveal Voldemort's face again. The stone, Flamel, or the children die. You can't kill anyone in this chamber, Harry countered, drawing on Hogwarts knowledge. The Founders specifically warded this space against lethal magic. It's why Dumbledore chose it for the mirror. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. Clever boy. Your connection to the castle grows bothersome. He addressed Flamel again. The stone. Now. The ancient alchemist sighed. Such impatience. Very well, let us test young Potter's claim. With startling speed for one so apparently aged, Flamel drew his wand and cast a silent spell toward Susan Bones. Before the magic could reach her, the very air seemed to crystallize, the spell freezing in mid-trajectory before dissolving into harmless sparks. The chamber's defensive wards had activated instantly. Fascinating, Flamel remarked, seemingly pleased by this demonstration. The chamber recognizes hostile intent rather than specific incantations. Most elegant warding. Harry kept his wand steady, though inwardly he was relieved Hogwarts' information had proven accurate. Mr. Flamel, we contacted you by owl yesterday regarding the stone's security. Since you're here in person, let me be direct, Hogwarts cannot allow the Philosopher's Stone to remain as bait, nor can it be given to Voldemort under any circumstances. And what authority does a child presume to dictate terms to Nicholas Flamel? Voldemort hissed furiously. I, who have gone further than any wizard toward immortality, you've gone further toward preventing natural death, Harry interrupted, not toward true immortality. There's a difference. This philosophical distinction seemed to catch both Flamel and Voldemort by surprise. Hermione, sensing an opportunity, stepped forward to stand beside Harry. The Philosopher's Stone represents a particular approach to extending life, she elaborated, her academic precision perfect for this moment. But it doesn't address the quality of that life or its purpose. Just its duration. Daphne joined them, adding her diplomatic perspective. What Hogwarts proposes is returning the stone to its creator, with appropriate safeguards against misuse by any party. Mr. Flamel created the stone, it rightfully belongs with him, not as a temptation for dark wizards. For the first time, Flamel appeared genuinely impressed. Well articulated, young ones. You present a more nuanced argument than either Albus with his chess master manipulations or Tom with his brute force approach. Don't call me by that name. Voldemort snarled, his face contorting with rage. Flamel ignored the outburst. However, your proposition assumes I wish to retain the stone. After 6 centuries, one's perspective on immortality becomes complicated. Before this cryptic statement could be explored, the chamber door burst open. Albus Dumbledore strode in, resplendent in midnight blue robes spangled with stars, his wand already drawn. Behind him came Severus Snape, McGonagall, and surprisingly, Lucius Malfoy, the latter looking disheveled and furious. Nicholas, Dumbledore acknowledged gravely. I see you received my message. Your message? Flamel replied with raised eyebrows. No, old friend, I came of my own accord when I sensed multiple attempts to breach my stone's protections. He gestured toward Quirrell and Malfoy. These gentlemen were particularly persistent. Dumbledore's gaze swept the chamber, taking in the students, Quirrell's exposed possession, and the untouched mirror of Eriste still displaying whatever secret desire each viewer held. Harry, he said softly. You should not be here. None of you should. This situation is far more complex than you understand. Actually, Professor, Harry replied steadily, I think we understand perfectly. You placed the stone here as bait, knowing Voldemort would come for it. You arranged a series of obstacles that wouldn't truly stop a determined intruder but would delay them until you could arrive at the dramatic moment. He gestured around the chamber. Like now. McGonagall's shocked intake of breath suggested this blunt assessment confirmed suspicions she'd been reluctant to fully embrace. Snape's expression remained carefully neutral, though his eyes darted between Dumbledore and Quirrell with calculating intensity. My plans were more nuanced than that simplistic characterization, Dumbledore replied, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. But yes, the stone served a purpose beyond mere safekeeping. A purpose that endangered every student in this school, Harry countered. A purpose Hogwarts could not allow to continue. The confrontation might have escalated further, but Nicholas Flamel stepped forward, positioning himself between the various factions with casual confidence. Perhaps we should refocus on the central question, the alchemist suggested mildly. What is to become of the Philosopher's Stone? As its creator, I believe that decision ultimately rests with me. The stone must be destroyed, Dumbledore stated firmly. We discussed this, Nicholas. Its existence presents too great a temptation for those who would misuse its power. Destroyed? Malfoy interjected incredulously. That would be a catastrophic waste of magical knowledge. The stone should be secured by the Ministry for proper research and, given to me. Voldemort interrupted, Quirrell's body turning to face the newcomers. I have the greatest claim, I who have sacrificed everything in pursuit of immortality. Silence. McGonagall commanded with surprising force. Mr. Flamel, what is your position on this matter? All eyes turned to the ancient alchemist, who seemed almost amused by the intensity of interest in his creation. He approached the mirror slowly, gazing into its depths with the contemplative expression of one seeing a familiar but complex sight. For 6 centuries, the stone has defined my existence, he mused aloud. Perenelle and I have watched civilizations rise and fall, magic evolve and regress, humanity stumble toward wisdom only to retreat into darkness repeatedly. He turned to face them all. It grows tiresome. With a gesture so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, Flamel reached toward the mirror. The reflective surface rippled like disturbed water, and suddenly, a blood-red crystal the size of a man's fist floated from the glass into Flamel's outstretched hand. The mirror gives one what they most desire, he explained, holding the stone up to catch the light. And after 600 years, what I truly desire is an end to the burden of endless existence. Before anyone could react, Flamel closed his hand around the stone and squeezed. To everyone's astonishment, the legendary artifact, supposedly indestructible, crumbled into fine red powder that sifted through his fingers to the floor. No! Voldemort's scream of rage echoed through the chamber, the sound inhuman in its fury. Quirrell's body convulsed violently, magic crackling around him in chaotic bursts. Nicholas, Dumbledore breathed, genuine shock evident in his expression. What have you done? Made my choice, Albus, Flamel replied serenely. Perenelle and I have set our affairs in order. We have enough elixir for one final year, time enough to conclude our long lives with dignity. The implications of this act stunned everyone present, but none more than Voldemort. Through Quirrell, he lunged toward Flamel with inhuman speed, hands outstretched as though to strangle the alchemist despite the chamber's nonviolence wards. You fool! You've destroyed the only means of restoring my body. The moment Quirrell's hands made contact with Flamel, however, something unexpected occurred. The ancient alchemist didn't resist or retreat, instead, he grasped Quirrell's wrists firmly and began to speak in a language Harry didn't recognize but Hogwarts identified as Proto-Latin, the magical language of the alchemists. Golden light spread from Flamel's hands up Quirrell's arms, causing both Quirrell and Voldemort to scream, one in pain, the other in what sounded like fear. The possession that had seemed so secure began to destabilize visibly, Voldemort's features on the back of Quirrell's head becoming fluid, struggling to maintain cohesion. What's happening? Hermione whispered, instinctively stepping back from the magical confrontation. Alchemical exorcism, Hogwarts explained through Harry. Ancient magic predating modern spellcraft. Separation of merged essences. Flamel is forcing them apart, Harry translated for the others. Separating Quirrell from Voldemort's possession. The process was clearly agonizing for both host and parasite. Quirrell collapsed to his knees, Flamel maintaining his grip despite the professor's convulsions. Dark smoke began to leak from Quirrell's mouth, ears, and the grotesque face on the back of his head, Voldemort's essence being forcibly extracted. Dumbledore moved to assist Flamel, but the alchemist shook his head sharply. "Stay back, Albus. The separation is delicate, interference could destroy them both." For nearly a minute, the horrifying spectacle continued, Quirrell writhing in agony while dark essence poured from him into a swirling mass that hovered above. Finally, with a sound like tearing fabric, the separation completed. Quirrell collapsed unconscious to the floor while the dark cloud of Voldemort's essence coalesced into a vaguely humanoid shape of smoke and shadow. "You think this defeats me?" Voldemort's disembodied voice hissed, the sound seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. "I have other paths to resurrection. Other servants who will." "Enough, Tom," Dumbledore interrupted, raising his wand. "You cannot possess anyone else in this chamber, and without a host, you cannot maintain your presence much longer." The shadow that was Voldemort seemed to understand its precarious position. With a final scream of rage, it shot toward the ceiling, passing through solid stone as though it were air, fleeing the castle entirely. "He's escaping," Susan cried. "Let him go," Flamel said wearily, suddenly looking every one of his 600+ years. "In that form, he can do little harm. And we have more pressing matters." He gestured to Quirrell's still form. "The man lives, but barely. His mind and body have suffered tremendous trauma from prolonged possession." As though on cue, Madame Pomfrey rushed in, summoned by Hogwarts at Harry's request. She immediately began examining Quirrell, her diagnostic spells creating a glowing matrix of medical information above his body. "Multiple organ stress, severe magical depletion, neural pathway damage," she reported professionally. "He needs St. Mungo's specialized care immediately." While Pomfrey stabilized Quirrell for transport, Lucius Malfoy attempted to slip away unnoticed. Snape, however, moved with surprising speed to block his path. "Leaving so soon, Lucius?" he inquired silkily. "Without explaining your presence in a restricted area of Hogwarts?" Malfoy straightened his robes with forced dignity. "I was summoned by the Board of Governors to inspect security concerns following yesterday's ministry report. I discovered evidence of intrusion and naturally investigated." "Naturally," McGonagall echoed with transparent disbelief. "Without notifying any staff members or following proper protocols. The board has autonomous authority to." "The board has no such authority," Harry interrupted firmly. "Not since the completion of the Founder's Heir ritual. Hogwarts' charter is quite specific on this point." Malfoy's face tightened with barely suppressed fury. "This matter is far from resolved, Potter. The Wizengamot will have questions about your unprecedented interference with established magical authority." "I welcome their questions," Harry replied evenly. "As does Hogwarts. Transparency serves truth." The simple response seemed to catch Malfoy off guard. Before he could formulate a retort, Dumbledore intervened. "Lucius, I believe your son may be concerned about your unexplained absence. Perhaps you should reassure him of your well-being." The suggestion, though politely phrased, carried unmistakable dismissal. After Malfoy departed under Snape's watchful escort, and Quirrell was levitated out by Madame Pomfrey for emergency transport, the chamber's remaining occupants faced one another in weighted silence. Dumbledore broke it first, addressing Flamel. "Nicholas, I must confess I never anticipated you would destroy the stone." "You anticipated I would agree to its destruction," Flamel corrected mildly. "I merely chose to implement that decision personally rather than delegating it." "And your supply of elixir?" "You mentioned a year, sufficient time for two very old people to conclude their affairs," Flamel confirmed. "Perenelle and I have discussed this extensively, Albus. 6 centuries is enough for any lifetime, no matter how enlightening the experience." Dumbledore's expression reflected genuine grief. "I shall miss our philosophical debates, old friend. Perhaps you'll join me for some of them during this final year," Flamel suggested with a small smile. "We have much to discuss regarding your recent methodologies." The gentle rebuke wasn't lost on anyone present. Dumbledore's manipulations, using the stone as bait, endangering students, had clearly disappointed his longtime friend. Turning to Harry and the other students, Flamel offered a respectful bow. "Young heir, your intervention today was both courageous and wise. Hogwarts has chosen well." "Thank you, sir," Harry replied. "Though I wish we could have corresponded under less dramatic circumstances." Flamel chuckled. "Drama seems inevitable when powerful magical artifacts are involved. A lesson I've learned repeatedly over 6 centuries." His expression grew more serious. "A word of advice, if I may, the connection you share with Hogwarts is unprecedented in its completeness. Guard against allowing the castle's ancient perspective to override your human compassion." The warning echoed Daphne's earlier concerns. Harry nodded thoughtfully. "I'll remember that." As Flamel prepared to depart, Dumbledore addressed Harry directly for the first time since entering the chamber. "Harry, I believe we, too, have much to discuss. Perhaps he caught himself, in the headmaster's office?" Harry exchanged glances with his friends before responding. "I think a more neutral location would be appropriate, Professor. The council chamber, perhaps. With Professor McGonagall present as well." If Dumbledore was disappointed by these conditions, he concealed it well. "As you wish. Though I must insist that certain matters be discussed privately." "You'll find, Albus," McGonagall interjected with surprising firmness, "that Mr. Potter has developed a healthy skepticism towards secrecy. As have I." The subtle shift in power dynamics wasn't lost on anyone. McGonagall, once Dumbledore's staunchest supporter, now clearly stood with Hogwarts and its heir. The transformation spoke volumes about what she had learned regarding her former mentor's methods. As they left the chamber through the main entrance rather than the secret passage, Harry felt Hogwarts' satisfaction mingled with caution. One trial concludes. Others await. The fractured one retreats but is not defeated. The bearded one reconsiders but does not surrender his vision. The castle's assessment matched Harry's own feelings. Today's confrontation had resolved the immediate crisis of the Philosopher's Stone, but larger challenges remained. Voldemort would seek other paths to resurrection. Dumbledore would continue pursuing his greater good, though perhaps with modified methods. And the Ministry's interest in Hogwarts would only intensify following these events. Yet Harry felt strangely optimistic. With each challenge faced, the bonds among his council strengthened. Hogwarts continued awakening to its full potential. And Harry himself was growing into his role as heir, finding the crucial balance between ancient wisdom and youthful perspective. Whatever came next, they would face it together, castle and heir, united in purpose. The council chamber hummed with nervous energy. Representatives from all 4 houses occupied seats around the massive round table, while Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and a reluctant Snape sat at cardinal points representing their respective houses. Dumbledore, lacking a formal position within the castle, stood near the entrance, his customary twinkle notably diminished. "Thank you all for coming," Harry began, taking his place at the table. "Today's events in the Mirror Chamber represent both a resolution and a beginning. The immediate threat of Voldemort obtaining the Philosopher's Stone has ended, but his essence escaped. We must prepare for his eventual return while addressing Hogwarts' ongoing restoration." Murmurs circulated around the table as students and professors absorbed the implications. The council had expanded significantly since its formation, now including prefects from all houses, talented students from various year levels, and professors who supported Hogwarts' revival. "Before we proceed with regular council business," Harry continued, "Professor Dumbledore has requested an opportunity to address us regarding recent events." All eyes turned to the former headmaster, who stepped forward with his usual grace despite his diminished status. For a long moment, he surveyed the gathered council, his expression thoughtful. "I find myself in an unusual position," Dumbledore began, his voice measured. "For decades, I have guided Hogwarts according to my best judgment, making decisions I believe necessary for the greater good. Some of those decisions, in retrospect, may have been flawed in execution if not in intent. The frank admission surprised many present, particularly those who knew Dumbledore primarily as an infallible icon of magical wisdom. The events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, he continued, revealed the limitations of my approach. I sought to protect Hogwarts and prepare for Voldemort's return, but in doing so, I prioritized strategic objectives over immediate student safety. For this, I offer my sincere apology. Harry studied Dumbledore carefully, feeling Hogwarts' assessment of the wizard's sincerity. The castle detected genuine regret, though not complete abandonment of his core beliefs. The bearded one reassesses methods, not goals. Evolution rather than transformation. Thank you for that acknowledgement, Professor, Harry said. Hogwarts appreciates your willingness to reflect on past decisions. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. That said, I must express concern about certain aspects of Hogwarts' current direction. The concentration of authority in a single individual, even one with the castle's guidance, presents its own risks. Which is precisely why the council exists, Hermione pointed out. Harry doesn't make unilateral decisions. Every significant change requires majority approval from House representatives. An admirable system, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though perhaps incomplete without adult oversight beyond the current professors, who are themselves adjusting to new circumstances. Harry recognized the subtle attempt to re-establish external influence over Hogwarts. The council welcomes input from experienced sources, he replied diplomatically. Including yours, Professor. But Hogwarts must maintain its independence from external control, whether from the Ministry, the Board of Governors, or individual authorities. McGonagall cleared her throat. If I might add, Albus, the educational outcomes since these changes began have been remarkably positive. Student performance has improved across all houses and subjects. Inter-house cooperation has increased substantially. Even discipline issues have decreased by nearly 40%. Results that speak for themselves, Professor Flitwick added enthusiastically. The castle's restoration has enabled teaching methods I've dreamed of implementing for decades but lacked the magical infrastructure to support. The chorus of support from respected professors clearly caught Dumbledore off guard. He had perhaps expected more resistance to the new order from his longtime colleagues. I am genuinely pleased to hear of these improvements, he said after a moment. However, my concerns extend beyond day-to-day education to larger strategic considerations, particularly regarding Voldemort's inevitable return and the prophecy that connects him to Harry. The mention of a prophecy sent whispers around the table. Harry himself straightened, sensing they had reached a crucial point in the conversation. What prophecy? He asked directly. Dumbledore hesitated, old habits of secrecy clearly warring with his stated intention of transparency. It is a matter that concerns you directly, Harry. Perhaps we might discuss it privately after this meeting. If it concerns Harry, it concerns Hogwarts, Daphne interjected coolly. And if it concerns Hogwarts, the council should be informed. Support for this position came from unexpected quarters. Snape, who had remained silent until now, spoke in his precise, cutting manner. The prophecy has shaped events for over a decade, Headmaster. Its concealment has arguably caused more harm than its revelation would. Dumbledore seemed genuinely surprised by Snape's intervention. After a long moment of internal deliberation, he sighed. Very well. Shortly before Harry's birth, a prophecy was made concerning a child with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. It stated, in essence, that a boy born at the end of July to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort would possess power the Dark Lord knows not, and that neither could live while the other survived. The chamber fell silent as everyone absorbed this revelation. Harry felt Hogwarts' protective presence intensify around him, the castle processing this new information against its vast historical knowledge. Prophecies shape events through belief more than fate. The power mentioned may well be our bond, unforeseen by seers, unexpected by enemies. This prophecy is why Voldemort targeted my family? Harry asked, his voice steady despite the emotional weight of the question. He learned part of the prophecy from a spy, Dumbledore confirmed. Enough to identify potential threats, though not the prophecy's conclusion. He chose you, though another child also fit the initial criteria. Neville, Harry realized immediately, glancing at his friend, whose face had gone pale. Indeed. Both of you were born as the seventh month died, to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times. But Voldemort marked you as his equal when he attacked, fulfilling that portion of the prophecy. Harry absorbed this information, understanding at last the foundation of Dumbledore's elaborate plans. The prophecy had convinced him that Harry was destined to confront Voldemort, shaping every decision regarding Harry's upbringing and education. You believed I needed to be prepared for an inevitable confrontation, Harry said, pieces falling into place. That's why you left me with the Dursleys despite their treatment, to ensure I wouldn't be spoiled or soft. Why you planned to use the stone as a controlled first encounter with Voldemort. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The prophecy suggested a final confrontation was inevitable. I sought to prepare you gradually, building the skills and resilience you would need to face him when the time came. Through manipulation rather than honesty, Harry observed, not accusingly but matter-of-factly. Through tests and trials rather than direct training and support. I feared that knowing too much too soon would be a burden you weren't ready to bear, Dumbledore admitted. Perhaps I underestimated you. Or perhaps Hogwarts' influence has accelerated your readiness beyond what I anticipated. The council remained silent, processing the implications of this exchange. Harry could feel their support surrounding him, not blind loyalty, but reasoned alliance based on demonstrated leadership and shared values. Professor, he said finally, I appreciate your willingness to share the prophecy. It explains much about your actions, even those I disagree with. Moving forward, Hogwarts would welcome your expertise and experience, not as a controller, but as an advisor. The distinction was clear. Dumbledore would no longer direct events from behind the scenes, but his wisdom remained valuable if offered openly and accepted voluntarily. For a long moment, the aged wizard studied Harry, seeing perhaps for the first time not the weapon he had sought to forge but the leader who had emerged despite, or perhaps because of, his manipulations. I believe I would find such a role, illuminating, Dumbledore said at last. Though I request permission to continue my external work against Voldemort's remaining supporters. The Death Eaters who tested your boundaries recently were merely the beginning. Others will follow as word of your unique status spreads. Agreed, Harry nodded. Hogwarts will focus on internal restoration and student safety. Your experience combating dark wizards remains invaluable in the wider wizarding world. With that understanding reached, Dumbledore took a seat at the table, not in a position of authority, but as one council member among many. The symbolic significance wasn't lost on anyone present. The great Albus Dumbledore, accepting a place within a system rather than above it. The council meeting proceeded to address immediate concerns, strengthening forest boundaries to prevent further unicorn attacks, preparing for potential ministry reactions to today's events, and continuing educational enhancements throughout the castle. As the meeting concluded, Harry felt a profound sense of transition. The confrontation over the Philosopher's Stone had represented the culmination of Dumbledore's chess game, pieces positioned over months for a specific outcome. Now, that game had ended, replaced by a new approach where transparency and collaboration replaced secrecy and manipulation. A most productive discussion, McGonagall observed as council members dispersed to their various responsibilities. Though I suspect the Ministry's response tomorrow will be less reasonable than the Council's. Let them come, Harry replied with quiet confidence. Hogwarts has nothing to hide. As if in response to his words, the castle itself seemed to pulse with approval. Throughout Hogwarts, students noticed subtle changes, corridors straightening for more efficient passage, classrooms optimizing their layouts for better learning environments, dormitories becoming more comfortable and personally responsive to their occupants' needs. The castle was healing, growing, evolving, just as its heir was. The following weeks brought both challenges and triumphs. As predicted, ministry officials descended upon Hogwarts, demanding explanations for the unauthorized magical confrontation involving Quirrell, Malfoy, and the Philosopher's Stone. Their investigation, however, faltered in the face of unified testimony from professors, students, and most decisively, Nicholas Flamel himself, who wrote a scathing letter to the Daily Prophet condemning any suggestion that Hogwarts had acted inappropriately. "My decision to destroy the Philosopher's Stone was entirely personal," the ancient alchemist wrote. Hogwarts heir and council demonstrated exemplary judgment in protecting both the stone and the school's students from those who sought to misuse my creation. Any implication otherwise is politically motivated fabrication. The public endorsement from such a legendary figure effectively neutralized the ministry's more aggressive tactics. Fudge, recognizing a losing battle, pivoted to claim he had always supported educational innovation and established a liaison office to facilitate cooperation with Hogwarts' progressive new administration. Within the castle, restoration continued at an accelerated pace. The Founder's Garden expanded to include specialized areas for each house, meditation spaces for Ravenclaws, herb gardens for Hufflepuffs, strategic game courts for Slytherins, and practice grounds for Gryffindors. The library revealed previously hidden sections containing rare magical texts, though access remained regulated based on magical readiness rather than arbitrary age restrictions. Most significantly, dormitories transformed to encourage interhouse connections while preserving house identity. Common rooms remained unique to each house, but connecting passages appeared, allowing supervised visitation during designated hours. Study groups comprising members from all 4 houses became commonplace, with older students mentoring younger ones regardless of house affiliation. Through it all, Harry continued balancing his dual roles as student and heir. Hogwarts' influence provided knowledge beyond his years, but he deliberately maintained his connections to childhood joys, Quidditch with Ron, chess games in the Gryffindor common room, even occasional pranks with Fred and George, though now with Hogwarts' tacit approval, ensuring no actual harm resulted. His relationship with Daphne deepened into something neither could quite define, deeper than friendship, more complex than childhood romance. They spent hours discussing magical theory, political strategy, and philosophical questions about Hogwarts' future, their complementary perspective strengthening both the council's decisions and their personal understanding. "You've maintained the balance well," Daphne observed one evening as they walked the castle battlements, watching the sun set over the Forbidden Forest. "Between Harry and the heir. I couldn't have done it without you," he admitted. "Your reminder to question even the castle sometimes, it keeps me grounded when the ancient magic gets overwhelming." She smiled, a genuine expression rarely witnessed by those outside their inner circle. "The castle needs your humanity as much as you need its wisdom. That's what makes the partnership work where previous heirs merely served as conduits." Below them, students from all houses mingled in the courtyard, enjoying the mild spring evening. House colors still identified them, but the rigid separation that had defined Hogwarts for generations had softened into fluid cooperation. Gryffindor courage complemented Slytherin ambition, Ravenclaw wisdom enhanced Hufflepuff loyalty, each house contributing its strengths while compensating for others' limitations. "We've barely begun," Harry said, gazing out at the grounds. "Hogwarts has so much more to share, to restore." The founders envisioned a school that would evolve with each generation while maintaining its core principles. Somewhere along the way, that vision narrowed into rigid tradition. "Evolution requires balance," Daphne agreed. "Between preservation and innovation, between individual identity and collective purpose." Their conversation was interrupted by Ron's arrival, slightly breathless from climbing the tower stairs. "Council emergency meeting," he reported. "McGonagall's called everyone together. Something about ministry legislation being introduced tomorrow." Harry nodded, unsurprised. The period of relative peace had lasted longer than expected, but political resistance to Hogwarts' independence was inevitable. "We'll be right there." As they descended toward the council chamber, Harry felt Hogwarts' awareness sharpening, the castle's magic gathering in preparation for whatever challenges approached. Unlike months ago when he first arrived, however, he no longer felt alone in facing these challenges. The council awaited them, students and professors, united in purpose despite their diverse backgrounds. Hermione with her brilliant analytical mind, Ron with his strategic instincts, Neville with his quiet determination, the Weasley twins with their creative problem-solving, Susan Bones with her legal knowledge, Blaise Zabini with his political insights, and dozens more who had joined the cause of Hogwarts restoration. Even Dumbledore, seated not at the head but among equals, represented a new approach to old problems, wisdom offered rather than imposed, experience shared rather than wielded. "Thank you all for coming," Harry began as they took their places. "Hogwarts has faced many challenges in its 1,000-year history. Tonight, we prepare for another. But we face it not as separate houses or divided factions, but as one school united in purpose." Around the table, faces reflected determination and resolve. Whatever the Ministry planned, whatever Voldemort might attempt in the future, Hogwarts stood ready, its wards awakened, its magic restored, its people united. The castle's heir had claimed his birthright, not to rule but to serve. And Hogwarts, ancient and wise, had found its voice once more through the boy who listened to the whispers in stone. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.